like your outfit. Thank you. It's very reddish pinkish. How y'all doing, chat? How are y'all doing? And eggs out there for the 22 months. Much appreciated. If you tie-dye. It is tie-dye. Also has Tokyo on it. That's right. I can read this. Just don't look at the fact that it says Tokyo right there underneath it. I definitely could have won if our electeds were bold in their endorsements. We'll talk about the Francesca Hong race. And I think this is my take very generally. I think a lot of people are doing some revisionism a little bit. I also think it is kind of interesting seeing people who were like very poll captured immediately turn around and been like, you know what? This is actually why she lost. You know what I mean? This is it's probably because of woke one in the Thanksgiving stuff. I'm just like, bro, you said she was gonna win handedly like 2 days ago. Okay. I think you lose your license to say that, right? When you were so confidently wrong about that. You know what I mean? Kind of woke one conversation. I'm just following people. If you believe in this crap, you're just a liberal. The funniest part, right, is that Francesca Hong losing and the woke one conversation are not like diametrically opposed. It's the same conversation. You know what I mean? It's the exact same conversation, and people don't realize it's the same conversation. Or let's just believing polls since the polls have been wrong since 2016. I think a little bit of copium, right? A lot of bit of copium. She was way too soft spoken. I mean, sure. I don't think that's why she lost though. Right? She could have been meaner. She could have been more like cutthroat. Like, she could have like, clapped back more. She could have ran more TV ads. I don't think any of that is why she lost. You know what I mean? There was a pathway to victory here, but like Hong losing is not like insanely surprising. Right? Since lack of TV ads was a biggie. I don't think it's as impactful as people make it out to seem, personally. Right? And I'll get into why a little bit later. But people are like, we need to just keep running more TV ads, just we need to throw all the money into TV ads. But like, as I said, with the right, we're never gonna beat the establishment by just doing what the establishment does. You know what I mean? You're not gonna do that. You're not going to out establishment the establishment, right? You're not gonna outspend on TV ads the establishment. They have like infinite money to spend, right? Because they're throwing money in TV ads, but also throwing money in other places. So if you spend all of your money on the TV ads, you're not doing what will actually win you the race, which is having the on the ground momentum, right? That's what wins races. The issue is that it just wasn't enough, but that doesn't mean you don't do that. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean like, oh, because the margin was like so close, but she lost. It's now time to turn fully into like the establishment playbook of just spamming TV ads and trying to capture boomers. You feel me? Like that won't work. It genuinely won't work. It won't work. The base that we should be trying to capture is not the boomers. You feel me? We should be trying to capture people who are not voting, which is still there. Right? We can pull the numbers. I guarantee you it's not like most of the population is voting. Right? And so I think people just have a pseudo mispriority. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying the TV ads aren't important, but I think it's a distraction. As far as a suggestion about ads, I feel like so y'all could promote artists to do political ads on social and circulate too might not be enough either. It's just as effective, and I'm sure Cuomo used Gen AI against Mamdani. She didn't need TV ads. She just needed a nod at the bed on her earned TV moments. I don't agree with that necessarily either, right? Because again, I think there's this idea that like Abdul or Graham Plattner or even Zora Mamdani was like perfectly well spoken in all of their TV interviews. You know what I mean? They're seen as very popular figures on the left. She did very well on earned media. Y'all are unforgiving. That's kind of the boat that I'm in. You know what I mean? I think the problem is that the left it's kind of similar to the Cory Bush conversation, which is why I think it dips into misogyny a little bit. And that the left just kind of just didn't give her the support that she needed. You know what I mean? They saw her not give like a 10 out of 10 performance and was like, oof, your 7 out of 10 is not good enough, actually. We probably need somebody else. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what it was from my perspective, right? Because again, I think people are falling into this camp of like electability, right? They're basically claiming when they say stuff like that Francesca Hong is not electable enough, and we need to run somebody more electable, right? Which is exactly what the establishment says. Which is why I think people are leaning too deep into the establishment playbook, right? Which is like you need to just spam TV ads, and you need to be cookie cutter and the most buttoned up politician. Like we have Donald Trump as the president. You don't need that to win, right? You genuinely don't. The issue is it wasn't enough to over the ground game was very good, right? And I think getting in the within the margin of error against the establishment is very good, right? It just wasn't enough. But that just means we need to do more of it, right? That means that there needs to be more of a ground game next time. It means that like in between now and the next election, you have to do more to reach out to the spaces that you did poorly in. I think the left has a problem with that, right? They see progressive lose, they're like, oh, black voters. Anyway, time to go appeal to white working class people again. And then they're surprised when the next time their candidate loses and they're like, oh, black voters. Anyway, time to go appeal to white working class voters again. And then the candidate loses again. And it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Do you think that having at least one TV ad campaign would help at least offer some pushback against establishment ads? Or would it have little to no effect? I don't think there's a way to quantify how much of an effect that it would have. I think if you have the money for it, I think it's good to do it because like why not, right? But I don't think that should be your priority because you can overcome any uh like TV propaganda by talking to people, right? Like every leftist has this problem. Every progressive has this problem, right? Abdul got outspent 27-1. And he was able to win because not because of TV ads. Do you think it was because of TV ads that Abdul was able to beat Haley Stevens, or was it the on the ground, right, grassroots interest in the campaign, right, that he pushed through because he was that good? Actually, not really. Abdul didn't win because he was like that good. He also had more charisma. I don't agree with that. I think that's too deep into like the great man mythos, right? Yeah, but he was on TV and did quite well in my opinion. But that's not what one of the we looked at it on the stream, chat. We looked at like black churchgoers being like, yeah, Abdul came to my church and he was talking to us, and I was like, whoa, okay, I like what he has. That's what does it. It's not the TV ads. It's going to the communities. It's going to the communities and speaking to the communities. What do you think that Bernie didn't endorse Hong? Listen, if you were to ask me why Bernie or AOC doesn't do anything, I don't have an answer for you. I do not have an answer for you. Are black voters people going to be blamed or something? I mean, it's already happening from what I've seen, right? But you are always going to run into that hurdle, right? But I think people have this idea of like, oh, if she just spent like all of her money on TV ads, she would have won. But if she would have done that, then there wouldn't have been any, any energy for the on the ground stuff that got her to that place in the first place. You know what I mean? Again, I think TV ads are important, but I think it's focusing on the wrong constituency. You know, I think it's focusing on the wrong thing. I think it's a misdirection. I think we should be focusing on the non-voters, people who don't vote, people who are disillusioned, right? Why are we battling it out for the boomers? The boomers are going to die anyway. It's just objectively the case. You know, he's on TV ads, but you do, you have to do it 2 weeks before the election to stave off boomers, but you're never really going to stave off boomers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, again, I don't think it's like harmful, but I don't think it's as effective as people think it is. If like this is being presented in bad faith, you keep saying that people say to spend all the money on ads. I have not seen that, which but the much more reasonable, she should have had some ads. I think it's objectively true and impossible to argue against in a rational way. I'm saying that it doesn't matter. I think focusing on ads, first of all, I never said spend all the money on ads, right? I think focusing on ads is stupid and it's dumb, right? Because you're never gonna win. You're never going to outspend, right, the establishment on ads. It's just not gonna happen. And so I think focusing on ad spend on TV ads is stupid and dumb. It's dumb. It won't work. It's equivalent, in my opinion, to saying to, like, again, leave behind, abolish the police or defund the police because the boomers won't like it. It's the same thing as like Kamala Harris trying to appeal to the moderates or the Republicans. I think it's silly and dumb. Instead of using that energy to mobilize people on the ground. Like, can it be both? I mean, you can do both. I think it's less effective. I think it's genuinely less effective. Young people love progressive politics. Why are we focusing on the boomers? Right? So you can do both, but I think it's less effective. You don't need to outspend, though. That's not really the point. I mean, you kind of do. If you're talking about like what is effective politics, the money has to go somewhere. It is a zero-sum game, chatter. The money has to go somewhere. If you're spending the money in one place, it's not going to another place. Right? It is objectively a zero-sum game. Money that goes into TV ads is not going other places. And I think it's worse to spend the money on TV ads than spending it in places that actually have an effect. It's like telling people the reason why we have so much waste is because the average person doesn't recycle enough, rather than mega corporations dumping trillions of pounds into the trash and environment when it comes to this ad buy conversation. Yeah. That's what Hong did, and she lost. My parents are boomer AF and voted only watch TV. And yeah, I'm sorry, your parents are gonna die, chatter. I've said it before, and this is the problem. You can't win every election. If you genuinely think that you can win every single election, you're basically the same as liberals. You can't win every election. The fact that she even got close to the margin of error, right? The margin was even close, is a win. Right? It is a win. It shows the strategy was successful. You were combating an entire machine, right? And you became within 1 point. That is a W. So you're saying this is a W? Yes, actually, I am saying this is a W. Right? It is objectively a W. Right? And I think you know, polling is a as you is not a W. Then you are thank you, but it is not a W. I mean, it is a W. It is objectively a W. Do you want to like to increase class consciousness, or do you want to just win elections? To what end? Right? You should want more people on your side, and you should see that having more people on your side is effective, even if you don't win every single election. Elections happen every 2 years, every 4 years. Right? But if you don't do what she did and you focus on running a campaign like a liberal, you're not going to win support. It's just not going to happen. The boomers are going to die. The boomers you're trying to attract by running TV ads are going to die, chatter. I don't know what to tell you. Right? So in 4 years, You're going to have to do the exact same thing over again instead of trying to build a base, right? That's what you should be doing as progressives, is building a base. They aren't dead yet? Yes, but they are going to die. And so cool, you've converted 50% of the boomers to your side. In 3 years, now you have 50% less people on your side, right? But if we spent this time focusing on young people, right, non-voters who will be around for the next election cycle and will be around for the next election cycle and will be around for the next election cycle, right? That's how you build a movement. Y'all are so focused on winning elections that you're not focused on building a movement. And that's the problem. You don't want to build a movement. That's the main issue. You should want to build a movement, right? Which is why you're like, oh no, this is an L. We're so cooked as the left to focus on short-term gains like corporos. Yes, right? Because if you don't build a movement, even if she won, right, next election cycle she get primaried. That's what happens when you don't build a movement, chat. When you're so focused on winning elections, you don't focus on building a movement, right? That's how the primary spending next time happens and you lose seats. That's the issue. That's the problem. That's the problem. You're saying the Hawk campaign aimed to win the election rather than using the campaign as a movement building tool. It should have been smarter to get 30% and use the campaign to build the movement. I don't know if I fully necessarily agree that, like, I mean, I can't speak to what the DSA specifically was doing, right? But this is a wider issue about like the way that the DSA engages with politics. Now we've got to survive long enough for them to die. Who knows if we're gonna have another cycle? I mean, the truth of the matter is that, like, you know, getting Francesca elected isn't going to change that fact anyway, right? That's the truth of the matter. So people see winning the presidency or more congressional seats as some sort of cheat code that will make the movement in and of itself. Yeah, that doesn't happen, right? That's just not true. It's just not true. If you don't build a movement, you end up like burden of people change sides practically every year. You should been in somehow even a more opinion. Yeah. Yeah. I think the people that helped with organizing her campaign to continue organizing their communities, figure out what your community needs and build these committees of people to work on these issues. That's theoretically what should be done. That just doesn't happen because people see this and are like, oh, well, Francesca was the bad candidate. Time for her to go, kind of thing, right? I saw it happening with Francesca Hahn. Saw it happening with Cori Bush, right? Is that like, oh, yep, bad candidate. She got to go, right? And we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Instead of an endorsement, AOC she used airtime to boost her own name brand. That is also a good, interesting part of the conversation, which is why I say like this race is not removed from the woke one conversation, because like AOC was more worried about admonishing and diminishing the woes of woke one and abolish the police and defund the police than like actually boosting a progressive candidate. Which even watching the clip, like she does it as a way to kind of sort of defend Francesca Hong, but like in doing so, she sparked this national debate about how progressives need to basically apologize for their past behavior, right? Which distracts from the actual core of what the race is about, right? It's a distraction. Oh, so we were to do undermining the movement. Yeah, it was really dumb, right? And then the entirety of the left on the day of the primary, we're talking about woke one versus woke two instead of the primaries that were happening. You know what I mean? So that's why I think it's insane that people are like, Francesca Hong is just a bad candidate. You know what I mean? When like we spent the entire day talking about how defund the police is stupid and bad and dumb. Which is why I literally said, don't get into the culture war stuff. I've been saying it forever. Stop getting into the culture war. It is a distraction. Do you see what I was saying now? When I said the culture war is literally a distraction from like building a movement. And everybody immediately jumped on engaging with the culture war. Immediately jumped on engaging with the culture war. You feel me? But imagine the top, yeah. But they're chronically online politicians. Yeah, it's just like that's the thing. She's a good candidate, but she needed more backing. Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that she could have been a better communicator, right? I think everybody has like places where they could improve. I don't think it was the Thanksgiving stuff or whatever, right? But you realize that like when Zoran Mamdani got into a controversy, the left immediately came to his defense to back him, right? You know what I'm saying? When Zoran Mamdani had controversies for like putting African American on his college transcript, people were like, "This is stupid. This is a distraction. Move on, move on, move on." But when Francesca Hahn got into controversies about the Thanksgiving tweet, people were like, "Yeah, see, this is the problem with woke one. You don't make these. This is the problem with being too woke. If you're too woke, then people are gonna take these old tweets you say out of context." Do you see how that's different? Right? Do you see how that's different? The reaction to Francesca Hahn was just different than the reaction that like Zoran Mamdani got. She didn't get the same level of defense, right? There was no full backing behind her that there was against like, Abdul or Zoran Mamdani. Right? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Also, I have to go and grab my food, but I'll be right back. Here, I want to play this. She's a woman. I think misogyny does play a role.
There aren't even any.
I think misogyny plays a role. We can grab our food. I mean, if you can eat through the screen. But yeah.
Numbers on screen, and he's just fantasizing about numbers before the numbers show up. Oh!
Here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something. Watertown, Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here.
Stop the steal.
I think the thing that jumps out is just, look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something.
God,
but I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out.
With this? Kornacki, this is literally, you're going to give me a heart attack. Oh my God. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not going to look at the screen. That is crazy that he started off with this. Oh my God. This is journalistic malpractice. Oh my God. Get the numbers off the screen. Get the numbers off the screen, Steve. God damn it. Get him off. We're talking about 85 to 99 votes, man. I know it's a total of 200 votes. It's just, I don't want to see it. I don't like the number. 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 I don't like the number.
There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote. As opposed to, and so that's one other thing to.
Why is there? Oh my God, the American election system is so busted. I mean, look, it's safe, it's secure, I love it, but I also hate it at the same time. Why do they do mixed results? And it varies by county. How is that possible? Who designed this?
Precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from
Don't do mix. Just do mail-in first, and then move up to same day. Move up to election day. Why does it have to be like this? Why?
Ooh. Oh, you can't see it? Oh, that's so funny. You should have told me. Captain Doctor, thank you for the. How many was that now? I'm going crazy. It was 20 before. I missed the 20. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And then thank you for the 6 gifted subs as well. I tried to spell your name wrong. Oh no. Wait, which chatter? Replied everybody, a lot worse things said by him online were uncovered, and every single white leftist was going, yeah, that's beast mode. This is too woke bashing. I want to came to his Reddit post, not to mention the essay. Exactly. Exactly. It's my favorite number. My favorite number is -8. Don't ask me why. Actually, I'll tell you why anyway. Because nobody ever has a negative number as their favorite number. But yes, but that's kind of the point, you know. You're so different. Thank you, thank you. I am so different. Performative. She is -9. Why 8? Um, because it was on like a Disney Channel show or something. Maybe Hannah Montana. I don't remember. No, it was definitely like either Sam and Cat or iCarly. Probably iCarly because I.
Yeah, he
versus
loves
those.
numbers so much. There aren't even any numbers on screen, and he's just fantasizing about numbers before the numbers show up. Oh,
Here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something.
Stop.
Watertown, Jefferson
Count the
County,
votes. Stop the
Watertown,
steal.
Wisconsin's here. I
Stop the steal.
think the thing that
Start the
jumps
count.
out is just look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something.
God
but I think
damn
that's
I forgot my straw. Hold on.
just the
Why
first
would
thing that
you
just jumps
start
out.
with this?
Gonna-
Kornacki, this is literally, you're going to give me a heart attack. Oh my God. I'm not looking. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not going to look at the screen. That is crazy that he started off with this. Oh my God. This is journalistic malpractice. Oh my God. Get the numbers off the screen. Get the numbers off the screen, Steve. God damn it. Get him off. We're talking about 85 to 99 votes, man. I know it's a total of 200 votes. It's just, I don't want to see it. I don't like the number. 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 I don't like the number.
Holy. There are going to be some counties where you are getting discrete updates of just the early vote, as opposed to, and so
Why?
that's one other thing to.
Why? Why is there? Oh my God. Oh my God. God, the American election system is so busted. I mean, look, it's safe, it's secure. I love it, but I also hate it at the same time. Why? Why do they do mixed results? And it varies by county by county. How is that possible? Who designed this?
Precincts around the county.
Right. Okay.
And another update from
Don't do mix. Don't do mix. Just do mail in first and then move up to.
Please spare us. Why? What happened? What did I miss? Yeah. So it's anti-miscegenation now? I don't know if that's the case. Here's the context. What's your favorite dinosaur? The Allosaurus. David Crowley beat out Francesca Hong with like, what is that? 3,000 votes in the governor primary, a Democratic primary. This is the context. Political, the far left hits a wall. Bro, you lose one election and people say it's over. It's so over. They're gonna downplay that one like they downplayed Abdul's? No. No, they're not. They're already running and being like, whoa. Whoa, we did it. We took down the far left. Everybody hates them now. You know what I mean? And I think acting like this is not like a win. You know what I mean? It's like kind of playing into their hands. It's not like a win, like she didn't win the election, but it still shows that like what you call like a far left communist basically almost beat your moderate guy. You know what I mean? Crowley won with a resounding 0.5% victory that completely destroys the left wing movement. But it was 1% victory is a resounding loss for the electability of the left wing candidates. Yeah. She's not going to be insufferable today, but the pundits are also insufferable running victory laps. Apparently, something that I saw from Adrian on Twitter yesterday, because I didn't watch a lot of the coverage, was all right, bookmarks. I saved it. Was this? Cat the Doctor, thank you for the gifted sub.
They have given 40 gift subs.
People in the Assange chat are already saying cooked underperforming black voters. I would need y'all to it is that their son went on stomach for multiple days trying to tell his predominantly white chat it's harmful to view black people as a monolith. And this is kind of what you're going to see. You have seen from a lot of progressives, which is just like immediately being like, you know, underperforming black voters. I should have known it's black voters who are doing this. But the point that I want to make with this is that it's so funny that like this is happening right after the woke one conversation, which is like, do you expect black voters to like freaking love you or whatever when you're like woke one went too far? You know what I mean? Like, what is your expectation there? You literally spent the last 2 days being like woke one went too far. We need a different woke 2.0. We're doing away with the liberal niceties, you know. But then it's like, oh, bro, why do black voters not want to vote for our candidates? You know, it's like, and this is what I've been saying forever, is that everybody else gets to have their needs spoken to, right? For anybody else. So you expect for like right-wing white chuds who are like working class, working at a factory, you expect, hey, you need to go and talk to those factory workers. When it comes to black voters, it's just like, why are they not voting for us? And then like simultaneously being like, yeah, we've taken woke. And we're using the right-wing framing of woke. This thing, you know, they will have black voter fatigue. Right before the voting closed, someone poorly tried to call out Assange's class reductionism. One of his blind spots in some of the chat was definitely primed to blame black voters. I didn't see that. But I think it's just so interesting because it's like you simultaneously, like, I'm sorry, TV ads is not going to fix that dynamic. You know what I mean? That's why I think it's so silly to simultaneously be like, you underperforming black voters, right? But also, we need more TV ads to like win them. Like, that's not gonna fix this dynamic. It won't fix the dynamic of like black people being included in the wider movement. But I want to see what Navarre Media says. We're gonna get to this later.
Socialists are.
Ever seen the Republican backtrack on their messaging when they lose an election? They still win the next time around. Yeah. Should have gone into the communities. That's the best option. Right? I think, again, I think that she did that, right? But the conclusion to this is that she needs to do that more. I don't know how you can like see a win this close or a loss this close and be like, yeah, she just needs more TV ads, instead of being like, no, you need to just do more of what you're doing, right? What you're doing was good. We need to make sure you can do more of that next time. Right? Like, why would you radically change the strategy? It's like losing like a sprint in second place by milliseconds and being like, I need to change my shoes out. You know what I mean? I need to put on some different shoes. Why would you do that? Like, no, you should not do that. Like, you should not like radically change how the strategy that you just did, right? That was almost successful was. You know? I mean, you can do both. I mean, yes, you can do both, but that's not the implication. When people say, right, she needs to spend more on TV ads, the implication is that like Because again, that money has to come from somewhere. It has to come from somewhere. Where I think that like, buying more TV ads is not going to win her the election. It's just not. It's not what you need. And I've been consistent on this, and I think leftists have been shifting on this. Right, the policies are popular. You need to message the policies, and the best way to message the policies is by going into their communities and talking to them. Right, you need more door knocking. You need more community focused meetings. You need more town halls. Right, you need to get in the community. Right, if you buy 12 TV ads, the establishment's going to buy 200. You know what I mean? If you buy 15 TV ads, the establishment's going to buy 500. Right? That's how it is. I'd argue spending no money on TV ads is a radical change. I'm not even saying spend no money on TV ads, right? But I think this hyperfixation on like this is how she this is what she should have done to win. I think it's silly, right? I think it is silly. It won by 1%, so it shows a he basically lost because left isn't popular, but friend almost winning shows that everybody loves the establishment. Yeah, and to be fair, like leftists are also buying into this framing as well. Like I've seen this on Twitter. Leftists are also buying into this framing that like the people of Wisconsin actually super love data centers and actually it's super great and they actually hate progressives. I'm like, you're a leftist. Why are you saying that? You should know that that's not the case. You know what I mean? Like it's so silly. It's so silly. Like you are a leftist. I would expect better from you. Do you buy the people saw the polls and staying home stuff? I don't even think anyone's paying attention to polling except for boomers who watch MSNBC every day, hyper online leftists like us. I don't think people saw the polling and stayed home. In my opinion, like people are talking about voters. When I think about that, I don't think about voters. I think about organizers. I think about people like I think like leftists online saw the polling and then are like, okay, she might not need that support that I might give her. That's the way I view it. Like, I don't think polls changed how the voters move, but I think it does change how like the outside organizations and entities and like endorsements. I think endorsements do look at polling, right? I think a politician, when doing endorsements, looks at polling and thinks whether or not like their endorsement will like make or break the election. And if they don't do that, then they might be like, there's no reason for me to endorse kind of thing. Right? And it affects the number of door knockers and phone bakers. Yes, exactly. Right. So I don't think it affects the voters. No. But I do think that like, which is why I do have some, I do have like some open thoughts. I'm open to the idea that the polling is rigged actually. Like as in like it's there's mispolling on purpose. Right? Abdul's raised this race. I'm definitely open to that position. Like over sampling young voters, potentially. Wonder how much betting gaps have to do with it. I think that's a part of it, right? Like, because again, the problem as well with leftists using Cauchy as if it's like a true, as if it's a true like polling metric. So, why is the Thanksgiving thing a big deal? I don't understand. It's a big deal because all of these white leftists wanted to cry about woke. Genuinely, that's it. It only became a big deal because all of these white leftists wanted to cry about woke, right? They should have hit it with the same way that they hit every other culture war nonsense, which is like, it's the culture war, it's silly, it's stupid, nobody cares, right? But that's not what leftists did, right? Leftists were like, yeah, why did she say that Thanksgiving thing? It's such a stupid thing. She's just a bad candidate. Instead of just being like, this is culture war nonsense, we're not going to engage with it, it's stupid. Does that make sense? Leftists have, for the past like month or so, for some reason, doubled and tripled down on the culture war for some reason. Which she didn't apologize for it, which is so interesting because like, I don't think Hassan had an issue with like, the whole like new like woke one situation. Like, I haven't seen much of it, right? But Hassan had a take about like Graham Plattner and Abdul, which is don't apologize for this stuff, right? But somehow Francesca is like somehow out of this for other people. You know what I mean? Like, so she should like distance herself from like woke one. Whatever happened to don't apologize? You know what I mean? That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Right? I think the way I view it is, I think if it's something that's genuinely harmful, I think you should apologize for it. But you should always bring it back to policy. I've never changed on this, right? Always bring it back to policy. Always bring it back to policy. Just circle it right back around to policy. Right? If you're spending time arguing about the pitfalls and woes of woke one, you've lost the plot. And leftists were so worried about doing that instead of actually advocating for her that it became an issue. That's the big problem. But also, I found this yesterday. I put it in my Discord. And I want to show it to you. Here. This is what I said about this race last week. I think Hassan said French should apologize for Thanksgiving. He told his chat yesterday to stop blaming her loss on Thanksgiving. No, I wasn't saying that Hassan said that. Hassan says that people shouldn't apologize. I'm saying other people that I have seen say that she should have like walked it back, right? And that it was stupid for her to say, and that makes her a bad candidate. You know what I mean? But here. Does she even think she'll win? I mean, probably. There's a call today too. I have less like knowledge on Francesca's Hong's like election. So I can't speak as confidently on if I think she's gonna win. But I think she has a good shot. I think I saw something yesterday about like there's like an encampment happening that I think that she said like that like needs to end or whatever. I don't know if I saw that. I just see a lot when I scroll through Twitter. I'm like, can I just get to like the baddies, please? Who's gonna win? The margins are even better than Abdul. I mean, we'll see. Right, because y'all are so y'all. I think y'all are so very polling minded. I'm vibes focused. You feel me? I go purely off of vibes. I go purely off of vibes. Right. So again, I don't necessarily think she's gonna lose. Right. I'm just saying that my vibes, right, feel very positively about Abdul right now. I just haven't been following Francesca's race enough to know. Let's get for us to eat. Oh, this is just some chicken and eggs and cheese. Well, that's the take, right? I think people, as I was saying here, where's it at? Like, y'all are not listening to me. Her vibes have been excellent. I'm not saying her vibes. Y'all don't understand my process, Chad. I'm not saying her vibes are bad. I'm saying the vibes in general lean more favorably in my mind to Abdul winning, and I haven't been following right her vibes closely enough to make a confident like call. I think a lot of leftists, I think this comes for like being so starved for a win, attach themselves so heavily to like what polling, right, says, that they kind of get lost in the sauce. Right? And so my point about this, I make jokes about like the vibes, right? Is that you have to separate yourself out, right, from what you hope happens, right? And put yourself in reality. They think they're consultants. Yes, which is very, like, even like, it's not even just like commentators. Random people on Twitter are like, here's what Francesca should have done to win. Bro, who are you? People used to have to go to school for stuff like that. Who are you? And that's the issue, right? And that's the problem. Is that like, I think that we've given too many people microphones who don't really know what they're talking about. And so they're caught with their pants down like half the time when they're just like, no, you don't understand. Look at what the polls say. Like, you know what I mean? And this is me 8 days ago on the 4th of August being like, listen, yeah, I'll say she's going to win. I don't know. And it's crazy people like were so quick to believe the polls again after what happened in the Michigan primary in the first place. You know what I mean? Anyway, I wanted to show this because, yeah, I was correct about this part. I blame Yeti. They made those mics too affordable. True. So, Evil, thank you for the 6 months. But there was a few things that I saw because I saw some takes. I responded to some takes. There's this one, which is I think generally a lot of cope about this out there. But if you're a Democratic Socialist, you have to run an airtight campaign. You're morally obligated to not make mistakes. It's not fair, but life isn't fair. And I said, I love how leftists are just remaking electability from first principles. I thought this was pretty funny. This is just the electability argument. There's why I didn't say anything about electability because I think that's a dumb concept that people generally deploy watered down. That people generally deploy watered down on the platform. I mean, not making mistakes, like not fundraising enough or not going on TV. What do you mean, like not fundraising enough? Oh, my bad. They just did. I think if they were able to fundraise more, I think they would have. I don't see that as a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get that. This is like it's like a capitalist is like, why don't you just make more money? Like, yeah, I'm sure if they had the opportunity to do that, I think they would do that. Like, I think that she was trying. My mistake. I'm not rich enough. Yeah. But having to organize people beat organized money. You see that tweet that went out the window? That went out the window immediately. It's like, maybe organized people don't beat organized money. It went out the window immediately. Frame one. Also, yes, I did see the Ryan Grimm thing. I responded to it. If this is the one you're talking about. Yes, it is. I responded to it. This is Gallup polling. Why is this ignored? Preferred approach to lowering crime rate. Then it says this. The public overwhelmingly prefers spending on social services and root causes over spending on more policing. What gets lost in defund such as abolished language is that the underlying thrust of the policy approach is quite popular. People just don't like the ultra woke stuff of abolishing all prisons and eliminating policing. The ultra woke stuff. Okay, bro. All right. Yeah, Ben says, Ryan, you're an adult. Use your big boy language instead of the chimera dog whistle of woke. Ryan Grimm gotta go. I don't want to say I told you so, because I don't say I told you so often. I just kind of imply it. But like on Ryan Grimm, how many more do you need? How much more do you need? How much more do you need? Chill on Ryan Grimm. I will not chill on Ryan Grimm. Ryan Grimm is a racist. Ryan Grimm is a racist. He's a racist person. Like genuinely. By all conceivable metrics, he's like virtually indistinguishable from Ben Shapiro on like racial issues. This is a direct quote from us, by the way. Y'all need to chill out, right? I know we covered it. We covered it. Not my words. Okay. But he's a racist. Supporting is useful. I mean, supporting is useful. Doesn't make you not a racist. You know what I mean? And you're able to call it out. You feel me? And then I said, my response is Free Palestine was labeled anti-Semitic in the mainstream until the wider left holistically pushed back on that framing. Similarly with socialism. This idea that we have to drop descriptive language because it's scary and not push back on misframing is moronic, right? Do you see the analog between this and the Francesca Hong race, which is just like people leftists are scared of doing anything difficult, or anything they perceive as difficult. If it's something that they perceive as difficult or makes them uncomfortable, right? It's like, no, we're not doing it. We can't do it. No, thank you. Right? They think it's difficult to message, right? Abolish private prisons, right? Or abolish the police. And so they're like, yeah, we should just give it up. I'm really confused by Ryan Grimm. I learned about him 2 months ago. I really thought he was a DSA guy. Then I saw him agreeing with Tucker Carlson's new MAGA. He's a journalist at Job Site News that does good reporting on Palestine, right? And was one of the first and only outlets in the West to do reporting on Palestine, who got a lot of support for that. And because of that, people just kind of ignore his terrible takes that he's always continued to have. Right? And this is the problem with the leftist ecosystem being overwhelmingly white, because all the white people are going to ignore it. You make fun of his emotional support, Merc? Yeah. What do we need Ryan Grimm when we have Jerry Scahill? I have not seen anything that from Jerry Scahill that made me question his integrity. That's what I'll say. Not yet. But Ryan Grimm, every single day, it's something with this man. They ignore it until it can't be ignored, even like Plattner. Yeah, but even then, they ignored like Ryan Grimm's complicity in Plattner. Would you debate Rylan? On what? Whether or not I deserve to live? Jeez Louise. Yeah, this is like one thing in like a long line of things. But like, yeah, if you're dropping like ultra woke, this is again the same problem with like the woke one conversation. Why are we using right wing framing about these issues? What about abolishing all prisons makes it ultra woke? Please describe it. Describe what specifically about abolish all prisons makes it ultra woke. What is ultra woke? Right? Because I thought the way the leftists were talking the last few days, I thought woke was like liberal identitarianism, right? And like liberal adoption and co-option of movements. But liberals don't believe in abolish all prisons or eliminating policing. So what does Ryan think he's talking about when he says woke? Because they have no originality. All they can do is aspire to be a Republican and be mad they can't. I think you're reading too much into this, to be honest. Okay, you explain to me. What do you think he meant by woke or ultra woke? Explain to me how I'm reading too much into it, and then explain to me what do you think he meant by ultra woke? I can wait. What does mean very? Okay, what do you think he meant by very woke? What does woke mean in this context? I know what ultra means as a prefix. Establishing the far side of woke. What is woke? Define it. What do you mean by woke? Like what makes prison abolition like woke? Like what does that mean? The far side of woke. Woke is a collection of leftist beliefs. I don't know the own here. It's not an own. I just want you to define like what woke is. Like what do you mean collection of leftist beliefs? Who came up with that framing? I can tell you came up Nazis, the right wing came up with that framing. This is how the right used it. That's the issue. That's the own. You're using woke like the Nazis used woke. That's the problem. Ben Shapiro used woke the exact same way. Right? You're using the exact same framing as the Nazis. That's the problem. And that's what Ryan Grimm is doing here. And that's what I'm criticizing. You are using Nazi framing of the term woke to admonish what like these policies that have basis in reality. Right? Whatever happened to just saying, I don't believe in that. It's okay. You can just say, I'm not a prison abolitionist. But classifying it as ultra woke is just giving ammunition to the right. Right? It literally makes you an enemy. It aligns you with the right. Because it gives the right ammunition to be like, see, even lefty Ryan Grimm thinks that that's too far. It's okay for you to just be like, I don't personally believe in it, but I think we have common goals and interests. Right? There's a reason why they're not doing that. Right? But even going back to my tweet, right? This is what they said about Free Palestine, right? This is what Zionists said about Free Palestine. They said that Free Palestine was the far side of woke. It was too woke. Should we just have stopped saying it? Should we have given it up? Oh, sorry, guys. The Zionists said that we can't say Free Palestine because it's too woke. Man, that sucks. Man, that really sucks. We have to stop saying it now. Hassan had a whole debate about this with Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein was literally saying this. Right? Or do we push back on this framing, right, when they try to position these terms as like being like too radical or too far? Imagine if you said Free Palestine was too woke. Yeah, that would be crazy. And honestly, I should have gotten dragged for that if I said that. Right? But people let Ryan Grimm get away with this because one, he's white, and two, because they like him. Partially because he's white. Because he's friends with Hassan, let's be real. No, it's not even just that he's friends with Hassan. This is not even just like a Hassan community thing, right? This is the entirety of the leftist ecosystem. It goes further than just Hassan, right? Everybody, right, goes out of their way to defend Ryan Grimm when he's proven himself to be racist. You know what I mean? But it's the same thing with the term socialism, right? The term socialism was a dirty word for a long time. Does that mean we just give it up? Sorry. No more socialism. No more socialism anymore because people say that it's scary. Or do we push back on that framing, right? Do we push back on that framing to change people's minds? But the funniest part is that, like, when in the AOC video after the woke one stuff, there was a time where, like, she was like, "Yeah, the difference between socialism and communism is democracy." So she's doing the same thing to the term communism, which is like conceding to this right-wing framing of the term by comparing it to a term socialism that had that same framing before that we got rid of. Literally during 2020 elections, it was Democrats claiming that Free Palestine and BLM were way too woke. Come on, guys. So much of this argument comes back around with the AOC video. Yeah, because it's a microcosm. Right? But we should not drop descriptive language because it's scary. There are people who are arguing that, like, we shouldn't use the term defund because it actually, people don't know what that means. And we should say refund the people instead of defund the police. I'm like, defund the police is directly descriptive. It is directly descriptive. It's not even like a slogan, really. It's not even sloganeering. It is a descriptive policy position. It's you take money from here and then you put it over there, right? And it's our job to explain to people why that would be good for them. You know what I mean? It's our job to message that to people. But people are like, no, it's too hard. It's too hard. We should just not use it. So prison abolition was popular during 2020. To your point, and leftists being in the BLM movement. When leftists moved on, the word abolition became scary again, and we should have been on the ball with prison abolition instead of covering it when it was on the news. Just covering it was on the news, yeah. Raw media video explains how bad this is in Europe too. John Brown was too woke. They executed him. I said, business. I tell people I work with full chest. I'm not scared of these people. Yeah. Anyway, there's one more tweet that I had. This one, and here, this one. Actual lesson: drop the culture war nonsense and let the Republicans dwell on these issues. Look like lunatics talking to themselves. Americans love economic populism. They want another New Deal, but they are completely turned off by the college campus culture war performative activism. Evidence: these results happened in the same neighboring states on the same night. Like, this is culture war nonsense. Look at this is actually this is culture war nonsense. You're doing culture war nonsense by invoking the college campus culture warrior performative activism. You were literally engaging with the culture war by doing exactly this. Because the right is going to take this and be like, see, even leftists hate this performative activism stuff that's going on. You're doing the culture war. Although she barely lost. It's just Josh, I got a pattern, yes. The first thing I did clock is drop side news in the bio. The culture war exists. It cannot be ignored. Yes, it can, and it should be ignored, right? It should definitely be ignored. You should not engage in a culture war fight. But normies engage? No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. You're just too online. Normies don't engage. Normies wake up. They go to work, they watch Love Island, they go to sleep, okay? That's what the normies are doing. The normies aren't even voting. A third of the eligible voting population doesn't vote. That's what creates Republicans? No, Republicans are not created. We live in a white supremacist society. They are already there. That's the normative position. They are born in the society. They're already default Republicans. That's the default. The culture war is not making Republicans, right? And you're not going to change their minds by engaging with the culture war. You're going to change their minds by engaging with, right, their economic reality, right? So I agree with this part. But like, he then went to do the culture war stuff itself. People really underestimate how many people are not into any of this and don't pay any info at all. Yeah. But the Thanksgiving thing was undoing here, I think. I can't tell if you're joking because people actually believe this. I genuinely can't tell if you're memeing because people are actually saying this. Like genuinely. People are like, yeah, it was the Thanksgiving tweet or whatever. That's what it was. That's what did her in. She would have won if she didn't have that Thanksgiving tweet. That's boomers, bro. You're not gonna. Boomers aren't voting for her anyway. They're boomers. That is a fool's errand. Why are we focusing on? You sound like Kamala Harris stands who were like, we need to get the independents to vote for us instead of going to the actual base. Do you genuinely think it is easier to convert boomers instead of getting somebody who never voted, who doesn't think the government works for them, to vote for you? You think you're more likely to get a boomer to vote progressive than somebody who's checked out of politics because they don't think it's working for them to vote for you? There's an entire constituency of people who are like, politics are not for me. You know? Politics are not for me. I don't want to engage with it because people don't care. We saw it with the New York Times thing, Chad. The New York Times interviewed a bunch of black voters and some non-voters. Right? In Georgia.
America in one word
and
right
all
now.
of them, right? And all of them were like, yeah, the government just doesn't work for me. The government just doesn't vote for me. It doesn't work for me. I don't want to engage with it really. I kind of hate all of it. Right? And like, I'm sorry, even for the boomers, if you think that the boomers care more about the Thanksgiving tweet or whatever than their economic reality, you're never going to win them anyway. Because you're never going to find a candidate that is completely clean enough to get over that hurdle. If a boomer sees you address their economic reality and they were like, you hate Thanksgiving, so I'm not going to vote for you, why are we trying to win that person over? Instead of somebody who was like, I don't have a feeling about you, right? But I pay too much in rent. Does that make sense? Lady, thank you for the 2 months. Right? But like if you genuinely think that's like, which these people don't, by the way. If you genuinely think it's the Thanksgiving stuff, how can you have that take but defend Graham Plattner? Make that make sense. Somebody square that circle for me. Somebody please square that circle. How does that? We literally had this exact conversation with Graham Plattner, and all these same people were saying the exact same thing, which is that the personal candidate doesn't really matter, and their baggage doesn't really matter, and that all that matters is the policy. Do you remember that same conversation, chat? I remember that conversation. It happened like 2 months ago, right? All the Grand Platter defenders, the Ryan Grimms, the Kyle Kalinskis, the breaking points, they all said the same thing, is that the baggage doesn't matter. The history in the past doesn't matter, right? None of that stuff matters because all the voters care about is their economic reality. But now you're telling me that, no, actually, they care so much about, they care so much about Thanksgiving tweet that like they won't vote for you. I feel like the all that matters is policy only works for Republicans. It doesn't work for Dems. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's not true. It works for Dems as well, right? But it matters is policy and its messaging, right? The fact that the fact that it was even close in the first place, right, shows that it can be done, right? This is like, again, like running a race, right? Getting second place by millisecond to being like, couldn't have happened. I have to change everything about what I've done with this. Right? Instead of being like, all right, this shows that like we can win races like this. Right? If we put our pedal to the metal a little bit more, we can do this. People literally forget that Zoran's first campaign video was talking to Republican voters in New York City. And Zoran went to like, he went everywhere, right? Jeez Louise. The true deciding factor was money, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think there was like a single I don't think there was a single like deciding factor. I think it was a combination of things. The Thanksgiving tweet really made me go Republican. The issue with the Thanksgiving tweet is that nobody defended her. With Graham Plattner, right? The reason why Graham Plattner's controversies didn't really have much staying power, right? It's because everybody spent all of their time defending him no matter what. Do you remember, chat? We're gonna do the ad today, eventually. Right? But they spent literally all of their time defending him no matter what. They were like, why do you care about his tweets? Why do you care about his past? Why do you care about his ex-girlfriends? Why do you care about his Blackwater service? Why do you care about this? Why do you care about that? Right? For Francesca Hong, it was, yeah, maybe she shouldn't have said that Thanksgiving thing. It is a bad look, Sweaty, actually. It is a pretty bad optical look, and maybe she shouldn't have said it, and she walked it back and she's apologized for it, and so, you know what I mean? She shouldn't have said it. That's literally what they were doing for her. You know, woke one was kind of crazy. People said a bunch of stuff then. You know? Francesca Hong didn't have that. She didn't have that same, like, defense brigade, right? They positioned her as being wrong about having those takes. And then you're surprised when the voters took that as fact. And then you blame her for being a bad candidate.
Stellarly_ just subscribed.
It's so silly. It's so silly. Power it never had. Yeah, and then the entire discourse, again, I have to remind you, the entire day of the primary, we spent all of the time on the internet as the left talking about woke 1 versus woke 2. Nobody was talking about the primary. Right? If you want to know what I think was the deciding factor, it would be that. Everybody was talking about woke 1 versus woke 2. The primary was an afterthought. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. It was culture war. The left engaged in the culture war. Exactly. They don't look at energy spent behind BS as opportunities to do other things with that energy. Woke 3.0 take. But yeah. That's the issue. That's the issue. And so I think it's just so weird the way that some people are acting about this thing. Oh, the added layer of this is that like AOC and Bernie should have definitely endorsed, and I think they didn't even just not endorse, right? They publicly declined to endorse her, right? And that does mean something as well. That does mean something. They publicly declined to endorse her. Like Bernie was asked directly, and I think AOC also asked directly. And they're like, I'm not involved with that race. I'm not involved with that race. I don't know what's going on there. Right? But Bernie immediately jumped on to endorse Graham Plattner. Bernie was like the first endorsement for Graham Plattner. Why do you think they were scared to do it? Genuinely, I have no answer for you. Bernie also endorsed Troy Jackson for his governor's race. Yeah, he did do that. Bernie was like, new foe, who it is. I mean, I think people don't really understand. Like Bernie, if you look by and large across all of Bernie's endorsements, they are overwhelmingly white. Bernie has a type. White men. He endorses people who aren't white men as well, but like overwhelmingly so. They are overwhelmingly white. I can understand why AOC didn't endorse what Bernie should have endorsed. I mean, my position on it as I hate the endorsement game in general. I think you should just endorse. Why not, bro? I think it's weird that they don't. He didn't endorse Rab, Dializa, or Valdez. It is strange. It's weird. It is very weird. It is extraordinarily weird. So that's basically there was nothing in it for them. They endorsed congressional candidates. That's an expected voting ally. I mean, if that's true, isn't it kind of like F Bernie and AOC then? Right? This would show they don't care about the wider movement, like at all. Like, if that's the case, like why have prominent leftist politicians that are monumentally popular if they won't use that popularity to do stuff with it? You know, I don't know if that's the case. I genuinely don't know if that's the case. Like, as if there's nothing in it for them. Like, I think they probably have a reason for not doing it in their mind. I don't think they sat down and were like, I'm not going to endorse her because it won't help me. They probably rationalized it to themselves somehow. I think that might be the conclusion to it, right? But I think they rationalized it to themselves somehow differently than that, because that would be craziness. That would be craziness. If Woke 2 is a brand our values and dumbing down our positions, if Woke 2, we should make no concessions. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. They probably didn't believe in her and didn't want to alienate her opponent. But that's so stupid because like the establishment Democrats have no problem doing that. You know what I mean? Like you would rather a progressive opponent, a progressive candidate lose just so you're on better terms with the establishment candidate? That's silly. I don't think that's what it is either. Not that deep. I don't think his endorsements are all House and Senate, not gubernatorial. But if he endorsed Troy Jackson for governor, then that wouldn't be the case at all. I don't know if he did. I'll look it up. Let's see. Bernie, Troy Jackson, governor. Senator Bernie Sanders endorsing Troy Jackson governor. May 22nd. Troy Jackson is the governor of Maine. Who will do that? And the governor needs and the governor that working Mainers need. So he endorsed Troy Jackson. Maybe because of the proximity to Vermont. Maybe. I don't know, bro. I don't know. That's what you say. To be fair, okay. I feel like we're just in cope mode. I feel like this is full cope mode. If you only endorse when it's guaranteed to win, you are worthless to the movement. You know what I mean? Trey was also in the Senate. I think this is also cope mode. Like, if you only endorse people who are just in the Senate going to be governor, why are you endorsing people anyway, bro? What purpose is your endorsement? Am I wrong? Aren't endorsements trying to get people to win? You're like, oh no, I just endorse Troy because he was just in the Senate with me. Like that's very silly. I don't even know if Troy was actually in the Senate, but maybe previously. AOC and Bernie supported Joe Biden during the height of the genocide. People always forget that. Oh, I never forget that. If you want to use them, they better endorse who do you want to put in the front. Who do you think they are? If you don't use your power to give left as many wins as possible, are you even a good ally? I think that's a fair question to ask. I think that is a fair question to ask. State Senate, not National Senate. Oh. So then that doesn't make sense anyway. if they weren't in the Senate together. It's weird, isn't it? It's just very weird. Bernie AOC is directly responsible for Hong's loss. Instead of making the case for democratic socialist politics and getting more service workers like herself in office, AOC threw Hong on the bus as crazy woke one. Bernie pretended he didn't know her. If you want to make an argument that they should have deliberately tanked a socialist gubernatorial campaign that is likely to prevail in the primary because you share their electability narratives, well, make the case. Well, let's be honest that they tanked her. Yeah. Also, Troy Jackson got trounced in gubernatorial race. Yeah, so he's not even endorsing in like places where they'll actually win. Troy Jackson did lose the gubernatorial race. He's running for the Senate now in Grand Platinum SWAT. Agree the endorsements would have been nice, but I don't find it surprising that he endorsed a person he knows and had a working relationship with and not Hong. I mean, do we even know if he was in the state Senate of Maine? Like, then they didn't work together, and they didn't have a working relationship. If he was in the if Troy Jackson was in the state Senate of Maine, so. How much did Hong lose by? Do we have that number? Like 2,000 votes. Right? 2,000 votes. It's so it literally was like less than 1%. It was like within 1%. It was crazy. It was like 3,000 votes. It's around there, like 2,300 or something like that. But Bob Iger and Josh Kushner bought the Lakers for $12 billion. Bob Iger, like from Disney. Should she ask for a recount? Honestly, I don't know. Yep, same Bob. That's weird. Disney now owns the Lakers. Good luck, LA. As we less than 0.25% spread to get a recount. Wait, that's stupid. That's dumb if that's the case. Less than 0.25%? Not even like within 1%? That's craziness. Oh, that's for automatic. Oh, that still seems stupid to me. I think genuinely, I'm of the mind of if you get less than a majority of the votes as the winning candidate, I think it should be automatic recount. Unless it's a progressive, in which case, just give it to him. Anything within 1% should go to a runoff. Not just Bob Iger and Jared and Kushner. Good luck, LA. A recount could cost millions. I don't think a recount is necessarily like worth it. Because I also don't trust the left to actually give her the support she needs to win the recount. Not Jared, it's Josh. Jared has a brother. Yes. Dang, I know nothing about the Kushners, unfortunately. Did all the new DSA slate come out for Hong? I don't know, actually. They're both billionaires for reasons. I see. Anyway, that does support affect the recount? No, not a recount. It's I think it was runoff. Support would affect the runoff if there is like a runoff. Okay, just in general. Is what I don't know if I said recount. I don't remember what I said, bro. I'm tired. I think the way I view it about runoffs is that like yes, less than 1% immediate runoff. Runoffs are weird though, because like you have a chance to campaign a little bit more and get some votes. So does the opponent. So like it's rough. I give Mike credit for that. Mike was around. Mike was there. There was Donovan Abdul and Lawrence. And then Lawrence was like, bro, F the DSA. He was like, F the DSA, bro. I'm done with that. Is that fair? I was around too. But yeah, that's the Francesca Hong race. There's just a lot of bad takes. You know? Like I just don't want the lessons of this to be like, all right, socialists, time to start spending a bunch of millions on TV ads. Because I promise you it will not be effective. I guarantee it will not be as effective as people think. You know? It's like, if you want to recount, you'd have to fund it, and that's expensive AF. Let's be real. Everyone's saying this, so DSA won't be. Everyone's saying this, so DSA won't be as effective. One, and woke. Two, TV. Yes. I mean, either a part of it, maybe not as big as something, but it had a part. Yeah, but again, I don't think that's a lesson to take from this, though. Right? As we're as much of a part of it as like, again, if there were more door knockers, right, and phone bankers and on the ground grassroots organizing, it was like 2,000 votes. It could have been like any number of things, bro. Like it's like I don't know. The weather could have been slightly different. It could have changed the outcome of the election. You know what I mean? So my point is, I don't want the lesson to this to be like, okay, now we should focus on TV ads, right? Because we can get to the outcome of Francesca Hong winning without changing or radically changing the strategy, right? And just doing more of what I know is effective, which is getting on the ground and talking to people. That is way more effective than TV ads. It just is, objectively. Players' endorsements would have gone further than as, to be honest. Rashida, Rav, Mayla, Donovan, etc. with Bernie and AOC would switch to leads easily. By far, 100%. Lesson is that should be there's a lot of variables and things are not nearly so put in boxes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The fact that she did this without a lot of TV ads, nobody's talking about that. These candidates don't buy ads because they don't have money. They don't have money because they don't support policies that benefit people. And if we change that, then we're just the Democrats. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Because a lot of people don't understand, right? Is that there's still, I said it like last week, right? I said it like last week. We're not going to get so much controversial. It can be counterproductive. It depends, but the idea is that like you have to get in communities. Like you go to communities and talk to communities, talk with people, do town halls, right? Speak to people face to face, right? Hold events. You can literally see her campaign finances. She has no real money to spam ads, like people are saying. But people are again, someone came in earlier was like, well, if she does one ad, that would be something. She should run one ad. Like, it's not sustainable, right? We should be looking for a sustainable solution that can be replicated across the country for how to win, right? And running TV ads, it's honestly, it's a money sink, right? The establishment gets to do it because they have infinite money. You feel me? They have infinite money that they can throw for whatever they want to. And they just decide to throw it at like a TV ads. And they have endorsements and stuff like that, right? The solution should not be we need to compete with the Democrats by just doing what they do. It should be how do we utilize the inherent strength of the leftist movement? And that is that we are like our policies are popular and we can speak to people to their needs. How do we utilize that in order to win elections? Not just let's just do what the Democrats do. You know what I mean? We need a separate thing. Endorsements and working with a wider coalition of power organizations that already exist is a better answer. At least it would have been in Casey with Hartzell. Yeah. That's an inherent strength we have as the socialist movement, right? Crowley could not go to communities saying he's going to fix their issues, right? We know that he can't do that. You know what I mean? Haley Stevens cannot go to communities saying she's going to fix their issues. Andrew Cuomo could not have gone to communities, right, saying I'm going to fix their issues. All they have is the culture war. So if instead we go to communities, right, we go to churches, to mosques, we go to community centers, and we speak to people saying, hey, I can actually fix your issues. They won't do it, I will. That's how we win. And people understood that when it was Graham Plattner. People shouted out Graham Plattner's ground game. People shouted out how Graham Plattner had a bunch of on-the-ground grassroots organization, right? And how he went and he spoke to people, he talked to people, right? They weren't telling Graham Plattner to run more TV ads. He also had way more money, I'm pretty sure. But, right? But that's what's effective. That's what's effective. Arizona Hong lost the same way. They didn't receive solidarity from the national movement. Yeah. It's the same concept. The polling miss does make me wonder if Plattner was really beating Mills by that much. I mean, to be fair, we know that he wasn't. Right? People stopped paying attention because she dropped out, but it was actually a lot closer as the election started to come through. Right? So the polling said that he was so far like 30 points ahead, like 2 months prior, but like I think like a week prior to her dropping out, it was a lot. It got closer. You know what I mean? When the smear started dropping, she closed the gap. I hope Han makes use of the time to help Crowley in general to get a face-to-face with various communities that didn't vote for her. That'll help her in the long run if she agrees, decides to run again. I don't think she needs the help of Crowley particularly. Because I don't think Crowley is involved with the communities either. That's the thing that's important, right? Crowley isn't involved in the communities either. He just had the backing of the establishment to pull like the safety vote kind of thing. Right? So I don't know how much help he can be in that regard. We don't need the communities for him to win. Better him than Tiffany. Listen, we're not gonna get into less people voting. Do you think Crowley wins in general? Honestly, bro, he's a bad candidate, just in general. But I will say, he didn't show up on the ground in some of the state. He didn't do any rallies. Yeah, he dropped out, chat. He literally dropped out because he was so far behind. Right? Until his wife saw a bird and convinced him to jump back in. Like it was really bad. It was really bad. What bird? I don't freaking know. What? Y'all didn't see this? He was like, yeah, bro. I dropped out. I didn't do it. My wife saw a bird. My wife saw a bird. And then she was like, you got to go back in there. And he was like, I bet. I'm not even joking. This is a real thing that he said. Where is it at? Somebody has to have it. Oh, thank you. Burp was like, "Grr, grr, run again. Grr." Grr, grr, gotta run, you gotta run. Grr, grr.
You said, no, we're not doing it. You said, no, we're not doing it. I get a phone call Wednesday night. And they said, well, just sleep on it. Yeah. And so actually, me and my wife prayed. And my wife, she said, during the prayer, she said, God, I don't like subtleties, so make it very obvious. And she actually asked to see like a red bird and like was very specific, right? And so, Thursday come around and we're still getting phone calls. And now my wife is actually answering my phone and saying, we're done. We're not doing this.
Okay.
Because if she's not there, I am absolutely not.
Yeah, we know how that works.
And so Friday, but Thursday I was uneasy. I didn't go to bed until like 3:00 Friday morning. And so I go to bed, Friday morning comes, my wife goes to work, takes the girls to day camp and everything. And I'm getting all these phone calls, but
it would be the funniest thing if geez Louise. What was I saying? Oh, so yes, I want to show this too. This is perfect. This is perfect. Hold on. What was I saying? I remember. I was saying it would be the funniest thing if like Wisconsin just has the highest population of cardinals in the country. That would be really funny.
I am knocked out sleep, because I had a late night. And so my wife,
Because you Milwaukee County executives can just sleep in on a Friday.
man, that's the first time I done slept in a long time. I will tell you that. But my wife she does outreach. She actually works for an organization called Community Advocates, helping people find rapid rehousing, find homes, working with the homelessness. And so she was actually setting up her outreach table.
It's one of the highest, actually. Stop. I knew it. I knew it. I felt it in my bones, bro. I saw a bird. They have a huge population of robins, though.
And as she's setting up her outreach table, what does she see? She sees the red bird that she had prayed. It's not even thinking.
What bird is it, though? Could she tell what bird it was?
Thinking about it. Not even 2 minutes later, she gets a phone call that is informing her about the lieutenant governor dropping out.
He won't tell us that? I don't think he knows what bird it is. My money's on a cardinal. And it is exactly like this. Raw footage of a moment David Crowley was inspired to resume his campaign. This movie sucked. This movie was really bad.
All right. No, shoot. Get out of here. Go, shoot. Out of here. Gutsy little bird, huh?
Really? I thought people liked it. This movie was sucked. What's the movie? Disclosure Day. Why is U.S. agent there? He's a character in the movie. Can't see that guy's face. Is that Katy Perry? No, it's not Katy Perry. Was it the same thing? I know, we saw it. We looked at Will's reaction. It's a really bad movie. It's a really bad movie. So you're saying that she came up with a bird story from this movie? Listen, I'm not saying that. She might have actually asked to see a bird. It is the Spielberg one, yeah. Cardinal population in Wisconsin likely exceeds the human population. They're one of the most abundant North American birds. She was banking on him dropping out. Yeah, Emily Blunt, she's married from Jen from The Office. Kaczynski? Is that his name? The guy who played that one guy in that one movie. John Krasinski. Aha! I knew it. She plays the cow she bet. Anyway, in conclusion, I don't really have an in conclusion. I don't like Ryan Grimm. And like my tweet, I almost ratioed him. Bink. No, I'm not ending stream. I'm not ending stream. We're ending this section of the stream about the Francesca Hong thing. We're not ending stream yet. Oh, there's also this that I saw. Sub lessons from last night. One, run TV ads. They still matter in primary, especially in rural areas. I don't. Where is this coming from? Right? Like, sure, run ads, but like, why are people like running this as like the number one thing that like she needs to do? I don't understand that. Like, I genuinely like don't get it. There's like 5 things that I would list that she should do before like running TV ads. But she didn't do any. Yeah, but like, there's like 5 things that I would list as more necessary than running more TV ads. Just consultants doing consultant things. Everyone regurgitates. Yeah, there's a consultant showing their value. They weren't needed. Now they're Monday morning quarterbacks, and that's just what's so interesting because like I think it's just current speculation. But like, I don't know. It's not being positioned as speculation. It's just like, no, she needs to have TV ads. Like, this is because it's all Crowley did. How else did he win? Because he's the establishment candidate. Look, I don't think people he's the establishment candidate. Like, him winning is not like an upset.
Size New Jersey just subscribed.
He's the establishment candidate. He's backed by money. Right? He's endorsed by establishment people. Like, it's not surprising that he won. Like, progressives have an uphill battle because we seek to upend the status quo. The status quo is here, right? We are here. And that's just gonna happen. Yeah, going governor endorsed him. What is that trying to say? Yeah, it's like there's a 3K margin. She didn't need TV ads. She needed one ad and it would have pushed her over. Other things would have too, but if they had money for it, but it would have been one of the past. I mean, sure, but she obviously didn't really have. I don't think one TV ad would have changed the election. I genuinely, people are like she needed one ad. That wouldn't have changed the election, bro. Genuinely, bro. People do not see like one ad and it changes their mind. That's not how ads work. Ads need to be consistent. They need to be ran consistently for weeks to have staying power, to change people's minds. You know what I mean? But I played multiple times, yes. But yeah, but that costs money that she didn't have. Right? If you gave her like an extra $1 million, then you're like, yeah, she can run some TV ads, sure. Right? But like, I think it's the change of voting policy last week. You get 3 hours of unpaid time to vote in Wisconsin. My job found a loophole. I shipped in at 5:30. The polls closed at 8. I got a half hour off to vote. And I counted for the 3 hours. Jeez. There's a viral post showing the counties that got blasted with the most ads. Went Crowley, but I don't know. Yeah, but this is like a very obvious logical fallacy, correlation causation. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a very obvious like logical fallacy. the ads did not cause him to win. The counties that are most susceptible to that kind of advertising probably were going to vote for him anyway, right? That's what it doesn't. This is what analysis means, but people aren't doing analysis. Do I run them to solidify? Right, you run them to solidify, and if you're the establishment, you have extra money. Why not? You know what I mean? Why not? But this doesn't like because the counties that had the most ads went to Crowley does not prove the ads won him the election. Do I have to describe like proofs to people? Like this is like basic stuff. I'm not saying that it did nothing, but like this is just basic stuff. You know, which is why like people who are very confident about like this is what went wrong specifically the day after the primary, I think it's stupid. This is why I think people blaming black voters is stupid. We don't have all the information. We don't know. I don't understand how people aren't hopeful after seeing a close race like that. It's because they've bought into the propaganda that like this is like this shows the progressive movement is over. You know what I mean? They've bought into that propaganda. There's like this shows the progressives aren't as popular as they think they are. It's kind of a bummer too. Yeah, it is a bummer, but like I think saying it's a bummer is different than being like, you know what I mean? This is an L, we've lost, or whatever. Like it's sad, but there is a positive to be gleaned here. You know what I mean? Before I think they saw something similar in Michigan, places where Stevens had heavy ads spend. She did way better in. That's still not That's still correlation causation fallacy, right? That still doesn't prove the ads are what made her do better. Does that make sense? I'm not saying the ads are unimportant, right? But I'm saying that it doesn't prove, right? It doesn't prove that ads make or break the election because the establishment candidates do well in districts where their ads are spent more, right? There's a correlation there. There's a correlation between spending more, right, and winning districts. But that does not necessarily mean that spending more causes them to win districts. It could be a number of different factors, right? It could be that they spent money to run ads in those districts because those districts had demographics that would already vote for them more often. Does that make sense? Like the demographics have a higher percentage of like boomers in them, right? Who usually vote for the establishment candidate anyway. So running ads just helps solidifies that. Does that make sense? The Kamala not spend a ton on ads. Did Haley Stevens not spend a ton on ads? Yeah. I think they just want a convenient ad excuse because it's harder to actually strategize a better ground game. Both necessary in my opinion, but work in the community is always going to be more, get more people who don't usually vote. Exactly. That is exactly my take. Verbatim. Thank you. This is exactly what I'm saying, right? Ads are useful. I'm not saying you should not spend any money on ads, right? But I think people have a misunderstanding about like what that dynamic is. That is literally how they look at data. They rarely try to change minds with ads. Yeah. I think the counter argument is that some of these locales are extremely similar, which is a quirk of media markets that some got ads and some didn't. Getting movements lasts longer in support outreach than TV ads or any ad spending. Yeah. Ads work until they don't. We outspending on ads, so why are we relying on them as a crutch? Exactly. Abdul Ghani spent 27-1 right? Haley Stevens spent a lot on ads and he won, right? And Francesca Hong did this like same thing and she almost won, right? Like the lesson here is not we should be just doing what the Democrats are doing, right? It should be what we are doing is working. We need to double down. Coleman did the same, by the way. Yes, right? The lesson here should be what we are doing is working. Right? We are either winning or we're getting very close to winning. We need to double down on it, right? Triple down on it, quadruple down on it, spend more time on the ground because we know that can beat ad spending. We know that can beat, right, the money flowing into these elections. We know that to be the case. Why change the strategy? Why are we changing the strategy? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. Also, Oliver got for California Lieutenant Governor bragged that he didn't do any ads and got destroyed. Again, that's not causation, right? That's not causation. It's just not. That's not how causation works. You can't look at something and be like, oh, because he did no ads, he lost. That's just not how that works. There's no other way to describe it. Right? There's a correlation there. Sure, you can say that ad spending is useful if you have the money to do it. Again, very severely, if you have the money to do it, right? It is useful and you should do it. It should be a part of the toolbox of tactics, right? But it will not win you an election and it will not lose you an election. Right? The endorsements are way up. Like, an endorsement from AOC and Bernie Sanders, or the lack of endorsement, are way more impactful. Way more impactful. Way more impactful than ad spending. Because we're not going to be competitive in TV ads versus people who acquire data centers and venture capital. Asking for this is just asking for us to take bigger donations and work with PACs. Exactly. And it won't work. Right? We have the numbers. We have the organization. We have to leverage that to win power. You're never going to. Again, I will show a thing that I've shown consistently. Well, we're talking about the right. Right? We're not going to win by adopting the tools of our enemies. It just won't happen. Driver, they bigotry. You're fired on these to reflect and properly address this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. The right will tell them that they need to be mad at trans kids, that women are out to destroy their careers with false accusations, and that black people are inherently violent and the driver behind crime. They thrive off of the culture war because they don't actually have the best interests of anybody except for the ruling class at heart. So don't engage with the culture war because you will lose that fight. The best way to reach these men is to show them that we, as the left, truly have their best interests at heart. The right gives them lies. Wait, did I miss it? We give them the truth. Oh, I did miss it. It was, I'm sorry, it was a little bit earlier. It was here. Weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunk or ohm you wanted at the time to appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim to care about. So great. Now you have an entire community around you that claims to be leftist, but let a trans person speak to you the wrong way. Let a black woman cross you and we see the truth. We see what happens when you grow a following of former alt-right teams who have failed to reflect and properly address their bigotry. And I personally don't like it. There's a reason why a lot of leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are... Did I miss it? Never attract support as easily. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Oh, here. The right is more approachable because they hold the normative position. The left, by the nature of our existence, is going to be less popular. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists... It's that. We will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does, by engaging with the culture war. I'll get to that back in a second. But we will also never attract support as easily as the Democratic Party does, Democratic establishment does, because of like, you know, ad spend or any of that stuff, right? Or adhering to like the dumping of millions of dollars into races like that, you know, from like, you know, corporate PACs or whatever. We're not going to do that. We're not going to win by doing that. We're not going to win by adopting the tactics and tools of our enemies to try to prop ourselves up, right? It won't work because you have such in-depth political analysis at 13-ish. I couldn't have done that at 13. I'm 25 now, but I was like 13. I can't read. 23. I was 23 here. Late 20s. Okay. He was 84 here. Okay, chill. I am going to school. I'm starting school soon. For political science. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we will never adopting the tools of like the Democratic establishment to win will never work for us. We have the policies and we have the energy on the ground. Why would we abandon that in service of like running TV ads to attract boomers? It doesn't make sense to me. We don't need the boomers. Right? Gen Z is old enough, like that most, I think all of them can vote now. Right? We have millennials. We have Gen Xers. We don't need to win the boomers. We just don't. If we focus our energy on young people, we can beat the establishment, and we have beat the establishment in other instances this year, like 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? We just need to put our head down and keep pushing. They posted a new video. LOL. No. New video from me. This is why BLM as a slogan alone was not enough. The right made it all lives matter and then became a debate. Well, BLM was not a slogan, right? Particularly like a policy slogan. It was a rallying cry. So I think it's a little bit different for BLM. You know, that's a little bit different than like a policy slogan. It just shows us which communities we need to organize more in. Our tactics don't need to change dramatically. Yes, exactly. That's my position. That is my position. Gen Z is pretty apathetic. Not necessarily. Gen Z is, I don't think it's as politically active as millennials were at the same ages. Right? But Gen Z, by and large, are politically active. You feel me? I know my first clip of you on Blue Sky. Here, we'll get to this after. I do want to get to this. I want to finish this. I can't even look at it because I'm not signed in. Wait, why does Blue Sky say join the cookout? Oh, it's Black Sky. I was like, what is? I was like, I think we definitely win boomers with groundwork instead of with a TV. TV might have an impact on boomers, but someone at your door telling you it's better, things are possible, or it's more powerful, in my opinion, at least. I agree. I agree. Ads just, in my opinion, are kind of a money sink. Just like a failed project. No, it's still around. It's still around. But back to this Adam Carlson post. He said, one, run TV ads, they still matter, especially in rural areas. Two, don't be weird. If you said during woke one, own it and distance yourself from it immediately. Basically, look at what Mamdani did on that front and adapt it to your state/district. Like, this is loser behavior. Like, I'm sorry, it just is. They don't care. Genuinely, they don't care. People do not care. Right? Okay, this is so weird. Like, these are the same people who say you shouldn't apologize for slurs, right? The same people who are like, no, you shouldn't apologize for slurs should be like, you should apologize. You should apologize for saying you don't like Thanksgiving. Never apologize for slurs. Do apologize for saying you don't like Thanksgiving. This is a funny position to hold. It's such a funny position to hold. Like, no, just stand on it. Just stand on it. Right? Be like, yeah, I was a cook. I worked in the service industry. Holidays were the worst time for the worst people for, honestly, not as much pay as I needed. Right? And I want to make sure for people are taken care of during their holiday season so they don't feel the way that I felt during Thanksgiving or whatever. It's very simple. It's very simple. Just bring it back to policy. Redirect it back to policy. You don't have to distance yourself from it. Stand on it. Right? This is consultant brain. Working class people will know what you're talking about when you say as a worker you hate Thanksgiving. I promise. I promise you, working class people will understand what you're talking about if you message it in that way. Right? But yeah, consultants don't understand that. Right? Because they don't know what working class people actually like live like. Being connected to the Native American genocide and other instances of genocide are going on. Everyone in retail, yes. Everyone had to work on a holiday at least once. Not consultants. Because their mommy and daddy were consultants. And that doesn't even know what they do or how they earn their keep is the invisible enemy that they refuse to acknowledge. Yeah. I mean, for a lot of people, it's a secular holiday that some people get the day off. It's a huge economic, but it's a huge economic and social pressure. Yeah, but again, they will understand if you had to work through Thanksgiving, why you didn't like it. You know what I mean? You feel me? Like for a lot of people, like they look at the Thanksgiving like finally I get a day off, but they can imagine like man, it would suck if they didn't. Just say that, right? Just say. Yeah, when I was working in the service industry, right? Me and a lot of other working class people don't get the day off. We have to go to our jobs during Thanksgiving. And it sucks for us. Right? And I want to make sure that those people are also taken care of. Right? I want to make sure that they are able to afford their health care and they don't have to be able to work on Thanksgiving in order to put food on the table. I don't know if this is correct, but I wouldn't even entertain the conversation. I mean, yeah, but you can, right? Look at how bad Black Friday was for a lot of workers. Exactly, right? I don't think you should have to entertain these conversations, right? I think it is silly, right? But like the idea that you have to like be apologetic for like saying Thanksgiving was bad, I think it's silly. I think it's silly. Also, it doesn't matter because it didn't lose her the election. The idea that Francesca Hong's take on Thanksgiving lost her the election is the stupid thing that only a consultant can come up with. Genuinely. It is something that only a consultant could come up with. right? A lot of these people like voted for Joe Biden in 2020, if not Donald Trump in 2020. You know what I mean? Like they have no qualms voting for somebody that they don't agree with personally. She lost because she didn't get the endorsement she needed. Yes, and then she didn't get the support she needed. And people, honestly, people abandoned her about like on the Thanksgiving stuff. Turkey vote was secured. I think we need to make it so if you want to vote, you have to prove what the major candidates' platforms are. I don't personally agree. America is founded on people being stupid, being able to vote. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. We got to work around that. Right? So I think it's so. This is culture war stuff. It is being like, yeah. When you use the silly stuff you said about it, distance yourself from it. If you said defund the police, distance yourself from that immediately. Right? Because Mamdani didn't do that. By the way, Mamdani didn't distance himself from like the woke one stuff or whatever. Right? What he did was he addressed it by bringing it back and focusing on policy. Like, he always brought it back to policy. He became popular because he refused to do that. Yeah. He apologized for his college admission form, and the left was mad. He even did that. Yeah, exactly. The left was mad that he apologized for the college admission thing. Right, which was it's also like with the Grand Platinum stuff, right? Where it's like by and large, if you bring it back to policy, it doesn't matter. I thought we all agreed with this. He did it with the globalized intifada, and it hurt him. Yeah, because it was silly. We're trying to establish being woke as affecting electability, probably because big donors don't want it, and centrism. How big of a mistake was not getting a total off in Croatia? True. He kind of did after getting elected, though. I mean, it's slightly different. I think it did more harm to Fran looking like she was backing off and flip-flopping on the previous statements. Not more harm than Bernie AOC dragging their feet. I agree. I agree with that statement. Yeah. I think the whole like especially something as innocuous as like Thanksgiving being bad or whatever. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different when you have a Nazi tattoo. You know what I mean? That's something you do kind of have to address. But like, if it's something as innocuous as Thanksgiving being bad, just focus, bring it back to policy. Just bring it back to policy. How much do you think implicit bias misogyny affected this race? From the voters? I mean, it's always there. Misogyny always exists. I don't think it was an insurmountable like hump. I don't think Fran was as photogenic as Mamdani on the larger news networks. What do you mean by photogenic? Am I wrong for thinking that apologies for silly statements are just giving ammo to the opposition, and mostly voters don't really care, given who people have voted for? I mean, that's true, right? Again, if it's something like legitimately like harmful, that's one thing, right? But like, it's about Thanksgiving, bro. I don't freaking know. It's about Thanksgiving. I just it seems so silly. Leftists made that such a thing. People look at a ballot and see names like David Crowley and Francesca Hong and make decisions based on that. That does happen, right? But that's always going to be there. You know what I mean? I caution you to get too deep into that line of thinking because that eventually turns into electability. right? It becomes like we need to run white men with the most basic names because people are like racist. Which it does exist. It does happen, right? Zoran kind of disproves that. No, Zoran doesn't disprove that, right? Per se, because it did exist, right? It existed for Zoran. It existed for Abdul as well. My point is that is a hump that is surmountable. You can surmount that hump. You can get over that hump if you do a good enough communication with people. It is there, right? Racism does exist, and it exists in all facets of life, right? But you can overcome that. So I don't think it's necessarily an important retrospective to talk about how much that played a role, even though we know it's there, right? You feel me? It also seems like this turkey topic veers into War on Christmas. No, it is. It does veer into that as well. Come up with a Reagan landslide numbers with an actual progressive platform. Yeah. She almost did. She almost did. But she, again, walked it back so many times. On top of it, apparently game theory is stopping their workers from unionizing. Really? Last I heard that they were allowing it. Send it to me. Send me that. That is interesting. Maybe I could join the war on Easter. Bro, do you hate bunnies? You hate bunnies and chocolate? But that's just a theory. A union busting theory. Anyway, sorry. No labor theory. Anyway, that's something I wanted to talk about. That there is a connection between like the woke one stuff, but I think it's just kind of silly. You see the media writing Hong proved the left is hitting a wall type articles. When I said record turnout and the gap was closer than Abdullah Saeed, yes, I did see that. And they were always going to do that, which is why leftists should not engage with that. I think leftists talking about how Francesca Holland's campaign failed by not buying TV ads, and I think that plays into that same sort of dynamic, right? It's a win. And we should, even if you don't think it's a win, you should still say it's a win, right? You should run up and down about how close this race was, right? And how much money the establishment spent on it, right? Only to win by marginal percentage points, right? Because it makes us look strong, right? It makes us look weak if you're like, oh no, oh, we're failing. The left is so cooked. You know what I mean? Take the win. I think polling has done so much mental damage to leftists this election cycle. They should focus on material wins instead of the polls to set the narrative, and people get bummed down by it. Yes, I agree. I agree. I said it last week. People are too poll focused. People are too poll focused, and I think that makes them weak as well. Right? Because when the polls show that you're up, you're energized, and when the polls show that you're down, it's like, okay, it's like artists tell you this all the time, right? Artists, if you know any artists, or if you are an artist, you might have heard this before. You should not wait for motivation to strike you. Motivation is actually or inspiration is a terrible motivator. It is a horrible motivator. You should instead build good habits so you're able to create art even when you don't feel motivated or inspired, right? This is the same thing. You should not wait for the polls to give you hope. If you only are organizing when you're seeing hope in the polls, right? You are a liability to the movement, right? You should have that baseline habits being built, right? You should build those habits so you're not relying on, yeah, exactly. You're not relying on external validation in order to kind of underscore your organizing. It should be, I'm organizing when the polls are good. I'm organizing when the polls are bad. I'm organizing when there are no polls. Right? Because that's how the left loses power. You feel me? That's how the left loses power. Pokemon go to the polls. Because polling goes up and polling goes down. It's kind of like why I hate Kalshi and Polymarket. And the fact that CNN partnering with them is kind of insane. Right? Because those aren't even polls. Those are literally just vibe checks of people trying to make money off of politics. And you're like, and you're quote tweeting Polymarket and Kalshi screenshots. There are some like commentators doing partnerships themselves with Kalshi and Polymarket for politics. Right? And if you're only motivated to organize when things feel good, when things are easy, when things are simple, when the polls are great, right? You're doing the movement a disservice. Does that make sense? Writers talk about this. Stephen King talks about making himself write 5K words a day, even if it's junk. So the day he gets inspiration, he's already used to writing a ton. Yeah. As he did a paper promotion for this Polymarket over this race because he's broke. But that's it. When I went to art class, the common statement is that it takes 10,000 bad drawings to eventually do something good. Basically, supporting what you said about building the practice despite whatever you feel. Yeah. And that's what should be going on with this, with like elections and organizing. I think a lot of people are so used to like, which like Zoran's good to like get people motivated, right? But you should be motivated externally from Zoran Mamdani, right? As an organizer, right? Because if, oh, heaven forbid, God forbid, Zoran gets primaried during his next election cycle, I don't want to see the state of the election of the leftist movement then. You start believing in the movement because the polls are bad. Some people do. And that's kind of an issue, right? That'd be truly insane for him to get primary. They're going to try. They are going to try. And it is genuinely scary that, like, if that happens, people will just go home. Leftists who've been organized will be like, okay, that's enough for me. Right? But the movement doesn't need you the most when the polling is high. Right? The movement needs you the most when the polling is low. And that's a very important thing to remember. Right? The movement needs you the most when the polling is low. When it's hard, when it's difficult. That's when the movement needs you the most. Right? When it seems like things are unpopular. Right? When it seems like you're against the tide. Think about Palestine. Right? Think about Palestine in 2023 or before 2023. Right? Did you give up on the movement because it was difficult? Did you look and see how unpopular it was and think, all right, I'm going to stop this. I'm done with it. Right? And you know people, right? We've talked about people here, right? Who waited for Palestine to get a little bit more popular to jump on board. Right? You don't want to be that. Because the movement wouldn't have never gotten to that point without all of us. Right? About the people who stood by when it was unpopular. You know? I would play the Disco Elysium clip, but I haven't played it yet, and I still kind of want to play it. So I don't want to be spoiled. You know? Also, people are not taking the right lesson of his own election. It wasn't just the DSA. It was an incredible broad coalition of many people. A power organization. DSA isn't big enough to do this Big enough right now to do this alone. You need coalition. Yeah. Play it now. I think people need to know how much time and effort that Mandani took to familiarize himself with the Black communities and its leaders. He was always there in person to understand the issues were. Yeah. Scalesium is the only required leftist gaming. But the theory Scalesium takes. I haven't played it yet. Being a socialist is about taking 1,000,000 L's on the chin. You get to leap forward in terms of what's popular and unpopular. The job is to tell the truth and love all. Yeah. That's why it's valid when marginalized people say the left needs to not just advocate for universal policies, because what happens when we get universal healthcare and women are still dealt with medical racism and Black people are still dealt with medical racism, medical misogyny, and Black people deal with medical racism. Will those privileged people that want healthcare continue to advocate for the marginalized? I mean, the answer is historically no, but that's my take. A little bit of hopium for you is that you should be motivated regardless of what the polls say. Polling is good, polling is bad. We win, we lose, right? Your job doesn't change. I've said it for weeks, for months, for years, right? It doesn't matter how many DSA electeds get in office. Your job doesn't change as a leftist, as an organizer. Your job is to organize regardless. Regardless. So take the wins, celebrate the wins, take the losses, learn from the losses. Right? But no, the work isn't done. No, the work isn't done. I didn't know Substack had chats. I don't have a Substack. Don't the spin on Francesca Hong loss fool you. It's a lame duck hunting season, an electoral massacre of do nothing political incumbents. More incumbent politicians were ousted this cycle than any since 1970, 3 times more than the Tea Party. With more primaries to come. Yeah, I mean Ken's right on this. I have some disagreements with Ken Klippenstein, but he's correct on this. He's completely right. This is a win, right? I think a lot of people are kind of like licking their wounds and are kind of doing woe is me. This is a win. This is why I'm saying, I've been saying all day that this is a win. You know what I mean? It's a win. It's a W. What's the beef with Ken? Is Ken not enough for you? The beef with Ken is a similar beef that I have with like Ryan Grimm, where like I think he attaches himself with whiteness a little bit, like too much to whiteness, right? He's a white journalist, and that kind of colors his commentary. Dennis, this is what happens when we don't prepare people for failure. Exactly. Yes, I've been saying this consistently. Right? I think. Do you remember me saying this like a few months ago? I said that the movement's not ready for the losses that will come. Right? They're not prepared for the primary, for the general election season. Right? Because you can't win every election. And there will be losses in the general. There will be losses in the general. There will be losses in the presidential election. And people are not ready for it. Right? And they need to be prepared to continue to do the work, even when losses happen. I live like a capitalist every single day. You can't win them all. Right? There will be some that you will lose. People also forget that you're going to have to maintain a seat. Yeah. Langium, thank you for the 18 months and the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
They have given 18 gift subs.
So when we have general elections, we'll have general elections. Whether or not the result of the election will be legitimate, that's my biggest concern. Right? I don't think Trump is going to stop the elections, right? I think it's more likely the elections happen and the results are ignored. I think that's a more likely scenario for like a coup d'etat of the midterms, personally, or tampered with. I think they'll happen. I do think they'll happen, but I do think that there's going to be some bad stuff going on. You know what I mean? That's kind of just the way that I view it. Then party failed. Right-wing pipeline forums, leftists thought that they couldn't lose, and now they're agreeing with consultants. It's a failure of preparation, if anything. Yeah. Anyway, that's the Francesca Hong stuff. Um, hmm. It's also this. Nothing has been called yet, but a couple of takeaways. One, make campaigns viable, even ones with extremely flawed candidates. DSA makes campaign viable, even with ones with extremely flawed candidates. But there's still tons of room for us to mature our operation before we actually are punching at the weight that we want to be, which is just electability arguments once again. And then it's run TV. I think something the left can do is fuse both perspectives between you and Hassan. Like we should employ an equity mindset, doing outreach to Black and Brown communities while connecting the worldwide class struggle. Do both. I think globally, act locally. This is something that works in my job and environmental justice when illustrating these issues. To be fair, like this isn't a fusion of me and Hassan's point. This is just my point. This is what I say. That is just my take. Yeah, I agree. You're not wrong, but yeah. I mean, it was kind of funny because I think a lot of people think that like, not you, Chad. I'm not coming for you specifically. I just want to make it clear. But I do think a lot of people think that I'm just like, bro, you know, we just need to talk to Black people. But like, I have a video on my channel where I very clearly defend speaking to the class position of white people. It is this video. In this video, I say that we should speak to the class position of white people, right? And we should engage with them on their points of marginalization. Because I think that that's effective, right? And we should also connect it to the global struggle of the and what's going on with people in the global South. I think everybody should have their needs spoken to. I think that's the best way to build a coalition, right? I think you should speak to the needs of white people because white people face class oppression. In the same way you should speak to the needs of Black people because Black people face white supremacy and class oppression. Does that mean organize? Oh, we're going to find people of all races? Yeah, it's a surprise. Meet them where they are is the first major parenting lesson I've learned. Yeah. Also, Black liberation is strictly linked to the class relations in the U.S. Black and brown issues are class issues in the United States. Yeah, this is true. But yeah, I'll play this section one more time. Disagree with Wash's characterization. The right is more approachable because they hold the normative position. The left, by the nature of our existence, is going to be less popular. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to care about to attract the 12-year-old white edgy demographic. You will weaponize misogyny, weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunk or ohm you wanted at the time to appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim to care about. So great. Now you have an entire community around you that claims to be leftist, but let a trans person speak to you the wrong way. Let a Black woman cross you and we see the truth. We see what happens when you grow a following of former alt-right teams who have failed to reflect and properly address their bigotry. And I personally don't like it. There's a reason why a lot of leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. The right will tell them that they need to be mad at trans kids, that women are out to destroy their careers with false accusations, and that black people are inherently violent and the driver behind crime. They thrive off of the culture war because they don't actually have the best interests of anybody except for the ruling class at heart. So don't engage with the culture war because you will lose that fight. The best way to reach these men is to show them that we, as the left, truly have their best interests at heart. The right gives them lies. We give them the truth. In conclusion, Twitter is dumb. True. Is this piece of explanation? Thank you. I had some videos that, were kind of popping. Also, something people need to get is that boomers are going to Metro Boom. This is something that applies to every boomer when it comes to voting or harm reduction, identity politics, and name recognition brand. So if you're going to get them, you have to adjust your language. Which says build more with offering for young people. Try to reach as many people as you can. TLD, Twitter is dumb. True. Trying to make more video essays. Maybe when I'm in college. I'm telling you, you gotta get used to this. In case you're new, if you're new here, you might not know. I'm not gonna be streaming next year. Like this time next year is gonna be like my end of my streaming career. Best case scenario. Slime doesn't approve the video essays. Leaving us? Yes, I will be leaving you. You get me for another year potentially because I'm only going to be in grad school, but next year, hopefully, I'll be in grad school and law school at the same time. I literally won't be able to stream at all. It will genuinely, I cannot stream during that time because I will be finishing my master's and getting my JD. What you can do after law school? Labor law. You can podcast. I don't know if I have time for that. Stream the lectures. Yeah. I guess the only way I can make it shake is if I can convince my master's program to let me do independent study. I just stream my independent study time. Stream yourself studying. Are we using you next week? No, you're not using me next week. Well, maybe. Depends on how classes are. Classes do start next week though. Stream the studies and have chat backseat the homework trust. Yeah. But yeah. Maybe I'll make more long form videos. I did enjoy making long form videos. I enjoyed them. I mean, what you can do is you can start by watching these videos. This has 5,000 views. It could have more. This could have at least 10,000. Could get to at least 10,000. So you're not streaming. Who do you recommend we watch? Honestly, I can't guarantee who will be around next year. So ask me again in like 6 months. Because a big problem is like black leftists oftentimes leave the space or stop doing politics. Like Anthony Signifier is not doing politics anymore. He's now a sports YouTuber. Wait, that was a nice bathroom tweet. But I just look up my lawyer and found a VOD channel for him. I'm never getting my paycheck. That's so funny. It's so funny. Well, honestly, okay, I will say, I taking the LSAT and just start studying for it, but I'm nervous. I have taken the LSAT. I don't know what I got yet. But FD did politics yesterday. Then he lied to us. At least 10,000. Yeah, I'm hoping I got at least 162. 165 would be like a solid. Well, you know your score? The 26th or 27th. Oh, and okay. Slide aside. Gosh freaking darn it. Why do I have to pay $200 and something after already paying $200 and something to take the LSAT? I have to pay $200 and something in order to like translate my transcript into a like through their transcript service to get like my LSAC GPA. It costs $200 and something to take the LSAT, and you have to pay $200 and something after taking the LSAT to get a transcript that is like equalized. I understand why they do it, because like every college is different, and like having different colleges, like your GPA is like different depending on like what college you went to. You know what I mean? And so they need to have some like standardization of your score. But $200? So I'm not paying that until I know what I got on the test. No, I get why the suits guy didn't go to law school. Me too. I get it, bro. I get it. I understand why you didn't go to law school. Tazagi, you think me not consider not wanting to consider school? Listen, if it's law school, that's the least of your worries. If you're considering law school, what I'm talking about right now is the least of your worries. But, bro, if you even think you want to be a lawyer, right? If you even consider the idea of going to being a lawyer, apply to law school first. Go law school before grad school. Go to law school before grad school. Because for law school, if you get federal loans, you get more money, right? Law school, grad school is capped at $20K for federal loans. Law school is capped at $50K a year. You get more money. Most law programs automatically offer you scholarships, right? Just for applying. You don't even have to like do any extra stuff for scholarships there, right? So I'm gonna go back for engineering, starting next year. Can you find a job with engineering? This is why I'm going back to school. You can't find a job with computer science. So I'm cooked. Graduated poli sci degree in 2021. I had a city job for years. Still, my parents tell me I had to go to law school every day. Engineering jobs are at Raytheon. True. PhD program usually fund you if you get into a PhD program. And honestly, not in 2026. That was the case probably up until like last year. That one big beautiful bill has killed academia, basically. It's cooked. How will you be able to keep working with all this going on? Depends on what you mean by working. I'm gonna go back to be a therapist, hoping that has some job security, but I don't know. People use ChatGPT for therapy, maybe. Be a market with AI psychosis, yeah. Have you seen this Geese magazine article? What are you, Hassan? I'm sorry. For guys that here with best piece of advice and give people in the chat is want to start community organizing nonprofit. Work like mine, start interning ASAP, even if it doesn't pay. Do this, build better experience, and get good references. Do this earlier the better. First, New York, now Los Angeles. DSA LA should endorse Nithya Raman for mayor. On August 20th, DSA LA will host its first forum for consideration for Nithya Raman mayoral endorsement. A positive note. A positive vote and a resolution support for a campaign could open the floodgates for socialism in Los Angeles. Dang, these articles are always so freaking long, bro. I don't know. Is she a socialist? I think actually, it's a good question. That's a good question. She has a bad history. Karen Bass does suck. There's like no good solution, bro. There's no. This is a California problem. This is a California problem. So, it's definitely not socialist. She's barely a Sakyam. I don't know how she self-identifies herself. Because there are people who call themselves socialists who are also not socialists either. I'm about to do an AOC. Only a member of my chapter. I have no connection to the DSALA. Yeah, DSALA. That's its own thing. She's DSA in name only. Okay, who do you have, Chad? Do you have Will Lawrence or freaking Nithya? DSA in name only or abandon the DSA? Which way, Western Man? Which way do you go? I'll take the wall. My death. Or outside saying he's a capitalist. I don't know. I don't know. Is he? Honestly, I'd probably still I'd take Abdul there because Abdul's policies are just at least a little bit better, and he's a better communicator. But like the capitalist thing is a no. You know what I mean? It is a no. I'd still take Abdul though. Also, because he also didn't distance himself from the DSA. He's not even a part of the DSA. But he wasn't like, no, DSA, go over there or whatever. Or just Nithya has a blatant violation of R22, which the entire org adopted to prevent us from endorsing Zionists. Y'all just hate women / J. But it didn't help pass pro-Israel laws. That's true. He didn't. Nithya does suck. She's really bad. Funnily enough, still not as bad as Graham Plattner. I still think if you ask Graham Plattner like the same questions that Nithya got asked, I think he'd give similar answers. We've just avoided that because he dropped out of the race. Also, have not heard about him. I wonder what he's doing. Let's look him up on Twitter. What is he doing now? It was a massive rift in the org. Membership in the National Convention Resolution. Okay, so membership in National Convention resolutions are meaningless. Jeez, I can't read. I think potential candidates would do good in watching Donovan's victory speech. In 2021, he was surrounded by his community, talking about how he was always there for them. That he's such a lovable person. I noticed how it feels. Like everyone in the community knows who he was. What do you think Platter's up to these days? Probably yelling at his wife. He hasn't tweeted since July 10th. It's been a month. It's been a month of no Plattner. Oh, and it's been so nice. It's been so nice. He re-downloaded Kick. Stop. But it was honest, a lot of these people are saying that Democrat socialists are still pro-capitalist liberals, and they have the same positions as him. That's true. I don't think he'll tweet again, to be honest. I wonder what he's doing though, you know? I wonder what he got going on. Planet Discourse was some of the worst things I've seen on the internet. You miss him? I miss the discourse a little bit. Jerry Clams beating women. Yeah, probably. Went to a bar with Ryan to reminisce. No, has not really. He's an organizer. I mean, he did like some community work. I wouldn't call him an organizer. He did some community work. He was in the community in Maine. Is he? I wonder if he's still doing that. I don't know. Take it for another PMC tour to let off steam. I can see that, honestly. I also wonder if he's still in the race. A new tattoo would have dropped by now. There probably was something else that was going to drop. We just won't know about it. That's the biggest L. He was planted in the community. Well, I mean, his parents, paid his way there. They paid for his house too. Man, I hate that guy. Ooh. Anyway, that's election stuff. I've covered it Gaming time. Before that, I have an obligation I have to do. Hey, Taylor's Graham versus Fetterman. Oh, I hate Fetterman more. Because Fetterman is still in power. I still have to see him. You know what I mean? I think on a personal basis, like, I hated the situation around Graham Plattner way more than like what happened with Fetterman. But like, we still have to deal with Fetterman. You know what I mean? And that sucks. That sucks. I hate that. Shy Temple, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. We're talking about how much we hate John Fetterman. He sucks. He sucks. He's horrible. I hate this man. I hate that man, bro. I hate to share it. Have you seen this? What's going on? What did y'all do? No. What? What? I'm not even gonna show it. I'm not even gonna show it because it's gonna piss me off and upset me. It's just a video of police brutality. Police brutalizing an 18-year-old woman. As she cries out for her mom. And it's just like, I don't know. It pisses me off. Not because it's like what cops do, because like that obviously pisses me off. But the fact that like leftists have the audacity to like abandon defund the police movement because, you know, saying these people shouldn't get our money is crazy. Yeah, don't worry, Rogue One is crazy. Yeah. I mean, I'll show you the first part. Just so you can get the idea.
18 and
place your hands, yep.
181.
Keep your hands on your trunk, but take like 2 steps towards me. Yeah, let me get your left hand real quick.
Sir, what did I do?
Get your left hand real quick. Do not look. Do not resist. Do not resist.
I need to call mama.
No. Stop.
Sir, what am I doing? Oh, no.
Stop.
Oh my God, this is illegal.
One
I need
resisting.
to call mama.
And it just calls one resisting. But the idea, right? The idea. Someone just spoke saying that he especially does not support defunding the police. Hold on, okay. Does Ramadani think that Perchi and AOC woke one was crazy? He weighs in. Do you understand what I said when I'm saying this was an L and why it was like loser behavior from Chi and from AOC to even engage with this conversation? Like that's stupid. Why would you do that? You've now engaged the culture war. We are now doing culture war discourse. It literally doesn't even make any sense.
Do you think woke one was crazy?
Look, I think that each person has a responsibility to tell New Yorkers, to tell Americans when they're running for office what they believe. And sometimes what you believe can change, it can develop, it can grow. And I know that there are some for whom they still believe in that. I've made very clear that I do not believe in defunding the police, that I will not be defunding the police.
And I'm not going to be gaslit, bro. People tried to gaslight me and be like, well, actually, woke one is actually not about defund the police. It's actually just talking about liberal identitarianism, and it's actually not about the police, actually. Even though everybody, when asked about this question, goes immediately to defund the police. I will not be gaslit. This is exactly what they mean. He increased the New York Police Department budget by $300 million this year, by the way.
And that, to me, delivering critical public safety also looks like working with our police department alongside many other partners. And we've seen over the first 7 months of this administration what that can look like.
Like, Chris Rabb gave the answer to this. It's very simple. All you have to say, I'll give you the answer, is a lot of the work that we send armed police officers to take care of is not work that requires armed police officers. right? There are work that requires social workers. There's work that requires like city officials and therapists and people who can actually engage with some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And I want to make sure that those people who have those jobs do those jobs and are able to do those jobs effectively, right? And I think the fact that the New York City Police Department spends millions of dollars on settlements, whether it's wrongful death or harassment or racism, right? Millions of dollars, millions of taxpayer dollars on like settlement, right? In legal cases is wrong. And that money should be used to actually protecting, right, these communities. Which is why, because Zoran said that line too. Yeah, he says, in 2020, he said, we don't need to an investigation to know that New York NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need to do is hashtag defund the NYPD. But your deal with the New York City mayor uses the budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. No to fake cuts, defund the police. Like this is an L.
We're talking about the fewest murders on record in New York City, the fewest shooting incidents on record in New York City. And that to me is how we measure a lot of our public safety.
Thank you. Do you think
He ran on focusing on public services and reducing the amount of calls the police responds to. That's what I meant. I just don't understand why even engage with the culture war of this. Right? Why not just say, listen, look at my record. Look at what I've done, bro. People are calling me on my phone directly, asking me to fix potholes. That's what I do. Right? So if you want to ask me about my record, ask me about what I've done for the city of New York, I'm happy to answer those questions. But if not, then let's get back to topic. Just say that. But like now we are fully invested in the culture war. We are fully invested in the culture war about like, did woke one go too far or whatever. And people will have the audacity to come to me and act like the left is not abandoning the defend the police movement and position. I said it last year. Honestly, I can probably see if I can find it. Hold on. Hold on. Abandon. I'm searching my transcripts for the term abandoned. Wait, okay, hold on. Hold on. Is this the perfect clip? Did I find the perfect clip? $28.46. Years after the fact, right? Or they will abandon the fights that they've started when it stops being serve the same. Thinks that literally nothing different between them, and nobody who says that they're the same party thinks that, right? When they say that they're the same, they say that they serve the same interests. When people say that they're the same, they say that the Democrats will concede, right, to right-wing culture war framing years after the fact, right? Or they will abandon the fights that they've started when it stops being electorally advantageous. You know? There's Biden on Mockler's Twitter page, and he's staring as I'm quoting, Biden loving lib.
In terms of
Hmm. There's another one. I know it's another one as well. There's another one as well. BLM. Okay, stop. June 2nd. Bro, I have a lot of clips. June 2nd. I might have this another piece in its place. It's going to be the same ship. With the same foundation. The same history. It's talking about cops in prisons is woke one. I don't even get me started on people using woke one talking about like BLM basically. I might have to see one more. Wow, woke one was crazy. Tweet. I will go stir fry crazy. This was 2 months ago. This was June 2nd, 2026. You would never convince me you're not from the future. I tried to tell you. Honestly, there's a clip of me saying I was from the future as well. I can find that clip too. I think I said verbatim, chat, would you believe me if I said I was from the future? I don't have the clip is somewhere. I would at this point. Hold on. It was probably early. It was probably early in stream, so I wasn't live on YouTube yet. Yeah, unfortunate. I think it was early in my Twitch stream, which means I wasn't live on YouTube yet. I did say that though. This is what happens when white people steal black people's radical black language, and it's always reduced to stupid cultural war nonsense that will be discarded by the same white people. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. Who's Avengers Doomsday? Answer now. With the same foundation, the same history. It's talking about cops in prisons is woke one. I don't even get me started on people using woke one talking about like BLM basically. I might have to see one more. Wow, woke one was crazy. Tweet. I will go stir fry crazy. Tip of Policius. That's funny. Hundreds of local police departments are preparing to deploy AI-driven surveillance drones capable of following a single vehicle across an entire city, capturing footage through apartment windows, and generally recording daily life without being noticed. The worst part is that you actually don't even need to go through apartment windows or see it through apartment windows, right? They can connect to the Wi-Fi and get the general location of a person using Wi-Fi signals. This is a real thing that works. It's like basically wall hacks. Somebody, not the police, like some random person did this. Like is able to see through walls of his house with Wi-Fi. And if a random person has the technology to do that with like $20 like computer components you can buy on freaking AliExpress or whatever, what do you think the cops have? Same technology they've been using in Gaza. Yes, less Wi-Fi, but it's yeah, same sort of thing, right? These technologies are tested, right, in Gaza. And then it's again, this is why it's called the Imperial Boomerang for a reason. They're gonna concede on the abolished ICE when they take power and blame Woke 2. No, they'll probably just still call it Woke 1. I saw Spider-Man last night, very revealing. And one of the very first scenes was like somebody stole a take and nobody asked, why is there a take in New York City? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Nobody was like, that's kind of strange. Where did they get a tank from? Thoughts on this? What is this?
Which is what I was
I
saying.
gotta get context to the links y'all be sending, you know?
About how like
so Soft Like a Bunny think of the
it's what's
7
sad
months.
and frustrating.
Soft Like a Bunny think of the 7 months, and then Lyra Like and think of the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
Other questions, and I just don't think he's ready to pull that Jenga brick. And so this is, you know, like what's kind of sad about this situation, frankly, which is what I was saying about how like you can't talk with these people. It's what's sad and frustrating is like this is not an invitation to discourse. This is not a good discourse. What it is like it's really good discourse.
It's a weapon.
For them.
I mean, like, look, it's what is it about? Is this about Woke 1? Hold on. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
That like most of the public don't give a shit about choice words. They don't. They voted for Trump. They voted for Trump to win the presidency twice. So they don't give a shit. Like the whole like, yo, you got to apologize for your fucking words. I think they should be apologizing for their words. They've been defending Israel even to this day. But it's like this is about like, okay, like if Joe Scarborough started asking himself those kinds of questions, then it would sort of necessitate asking a whole lot of other questions. And I just don't think he's ready to pull that Jenga brick. And so this is, you know, like what's kind of sad about this situation, frankly, which is what I was saying about how like you can't talk with these people. It's what's sad and frustrating is like this is not an invitation to discourse. This is not a good discourse. What it is like it's really good discourse.
It's a weapon.
For them.
I mean, like, look,
it's really good discourse for them because it literally takes away from having a productive conversation about anything.
It becomes a thing. Like put it this way, right? Like it becomes a question that they use, a framing device that they use when talking with an AOC, when talking with an Abdul, when talking with literally anybody whose politics are somewhere to the left of Rahm Emanuel. Yeah. Like they will get asked about Hassan Piker now. Even if their politics are to the right of Rahm Emanuel, they will get asked about Hassan Piker now. Yeah. But that's not my point. My point is that like if you're a progressive, you are going to be held to account for whatever it is that you say. Fine.
Yeah,
and that's just like it's not actually like they're not interested in like, you know, having a conversation about any of this stuff. Or I mean, having a conversation with you. It's they want to use your whole existence as a cudgel. So they're going to recycle the same 4 quotes until, and you know, listen, we could workshop this today. We could give them a new quote.
Yeah, I'll say something. I'll say something crazy.
We could do that today. Like, right? Maybe that would be a good use of time.
Yeah. This is
Woke 1 comes in a minute. Okay.
This is, I think, a pretty good button to end this this segment on. It's wild at the left's excesses because it goes back to the Woke 1, Woke 2 argument that we were having, or the conversation we were having earlier, that like the left's excesses on Woke 1 were just like bad tweets or silly tweets.
They also weren't. I mean, I don't know what. I haven't seen any of the if Noah has any controversy. I haven't seen anything from Noah that like strikes me as like bad, right? Like if I was like to put like the dirt bag left in like a conversation, like Noah seems to be like the most like kind of level-headed, I would say. Those are part of the dirt bag left. I mean, sure, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like I haven't had any beef with like Noah in the way that I have beef with like the Kyle Kalinske. You feel me? It's kind of where I would it's kind of what I put it. He's fine with the back left. He's around. Podcast left, sure. You know what I mean? Sure. Right. I haven't had any I haven't had any issues with Noah or any mistakes. Noah's by and large been pretty decent. Really take on the Chapo boys. I have drawn issue with a lot of the Chapo boys' takes, or like, it's just like the Chapo podcast's takes. Not like any specific like person on Chapo, but like the podcast has had some bad takes as a whole. But you know what I mean? I don't know. They also haven't jumped out as like again. I have specific issues with like things that like Kyle Kalinske and Ryan Grimm have done. It's just not really there. Specifically for the rest of them, they've probably done stuff that I disagree with, but like it hasn't really reached that level. Planting a flag defund will make a viable political comeback sooner than people think. Yeah, that would be true. Kyle really needs to recognize that he's a white man at times. Man had the N-word in the title of his one of his videos. Like, dude, yeah, I think we covered it here before. I mean, to be fair, I have bigger issues with Kyle than that specifically. Like him telling people to join ICE and not getting a pass is kind of craziness. What's the Ryan Grimm lore? What did he do? Oh, you want to get me started? A few things outside of Graham Plattner. We're gonna put Graham Plattner to the side for a second. Outside of Graham Plattner, Ryan Grimm has aligned with racist Republicans and conservatives on affirmative action, on DEI, on anti-white racism, on the co-option of woke and using woke as a pejorative against the left, right? To name a few things. He said people were being too mean to Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk died, and they need to be like, you need to not make fun of him because it's really bad and you're really setting a bad standard. The list goes on, right? The list goes on. He compared being white to like being queer as it pertains to like facing oppression from the left. Like it keeps going. It keeps going. No, oh yeah, he's a COVID lab leaker. And bringing Plattner back in, he defended Plattner being a part of Blackwater. He defended and did rape apologia for the first Plattner allegations, and he still defended the second ones that came out as well. He defended the tattoo. He defended the four tours and being being a merc and all of that. Like there's so much with Ryan Grimm that I have issues with. Klinsky or Grimm, everything I just described was Ryan Grimm. I have issues with Kyle Klinsky in the way that Kyle Klinsky is used and framed. Ryan Grimm is worse, in my personal opinion, in the stuff that he does. So, Kyle's still discussing, but yeah, like, Kyle has his own thing. Kyle telling people to join ICE. Kyle also did rape apologia, right? Kyle said defending like police officers in the police. Kyle's usage of slurs, anti-Indian racism. Like Kyle has his own issues, right? That are like getting up there. Kyle's liberal and has never really been anything else. Ryan's saying that he isn't exactly. People will ride or die for like Ryan Grimm, and he has like innumerable issues. You feel me? I did see this, the AI training thing. It's crazy that the defaults is being on. By the way, that is kind of wild. Not kind of. That is very wild. How about Hassan? What has he done? Listen, I've covered Hassan's issues and controversies numerous times as well. It doesn't even touch the Ryan Grimm and Kyle Quincy's stuff. Hassan has some. You know what I mean? Like he's not like a perfect, but like it doesn't even get close. Not even close to Ryan Grimm in Kyle Linsky. To take a quick recap, some issues are not being pro-racism. He has missteps. He's a white man. He'll have missteps. That's just kind of how it is. And blind spots. But I don't think, the way that I view it, I don't think Hassan, out of, like, for the most part, does things maliciously. Right? That's why I draw a line between, like, Ryan Grimm, Kyle Klinsky, and, like, Hassan. I don't think it's, like, malicious. You know? They're blenders instead of, like, malicious beliefs. Yeah. To be fair, most people would have some controversies just the nature of evolving and learning, but it's like the intent and the amount of times. I also think of how recently it is. Like the stuff I described for Ryan Grimm was within the last year. Everything I described for Ryan Grimm was within the last year and a half. Like I could have brought up Kyle saying the N-word, and I didn't because it's not recent. You know what I mean? There is stuff I could describe that is like older stuff. Everything I talked about was recent. This is stuff that recently happened. I'm not like, people like to pretend that like I'm like being like, oh, also ask to think for the raid. Sorry, I was on a roll about Ryan Grimm. People like to pretend like I'm like completely against people changing their minds. Like, no, these people just really suck. These people just really suck. Generating discussing AI photos with AI is very recent. Yes, like Kyle Linsky generating like basically a child, right? Like what is like a 5-year-old girl in bed with Donald Trump? That's disgusting. It's probably still up on his Twitter too, but that's just dark woke. Like, why would you do that? Why are you AI generating a child anyway? Like, you can make a point that Trump is a pedophile without doing that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. There's the anti-Indian stuff with the AI garbage too. Yes. Kyle never grew out of being an edgy atheist. At least he's not Sam Harris. That is such a low bar, though, you know? Like, at least he's not Sam Harris is such a low bar. That's like saying at least he's not Bill Maher. I know that was jokes. I know. But it's just like, people actually believe that. I know you're joking, but people legitimately believe that. They're like, well, you know, at least he's not like a Republican. It's just like, bro. That none of his peers have said anything to him about it bothers me. No one has talked to him about how he needs to cut it out behind closed doors at least. It's the privileges of being a white man. Jeez Louise. I think for me, most of my issues with Hassan are based in misogyny, not saying that not hitting someone means it wasn't domestic violence. It's kind of the victim because the political positions and continuing that the Herb and Depp was mutual abuse. The thin white leftist line. Thin white line.
I don't know if I don't want to be totally duplicative, but like well, first I want to preface anything that I say on this with that, like, I despise the pejorative phrase of like how people talk about and use the word woke now. It has felt like racism won in that case, and that like people now use like a piece of AAVE in this like totally like desultory way that I've never particularly liked or found comfortable. And I think
I will say, I do think it's quite ironic the chat is spamming yep when like they are like part of the problem. Hassan needs to agree. No, Hassan does. I don't know if Hassan agrees with it. Hassan recently has said this as well, right? Hassan does also do it, but he has recently said that as well. He said it yesterday. I know because the chat told me. Right, but Hassan did have an issue with this. Right, but I did see the chat doing this. So the other day was pretty good. I mean, he did contribute to this. Yeah. He says it, but doesn't change on it though. Yeah, I think that's something that needs to be pushed on. He's saying, yeah, what Noah is saying, but he's doing what Noah is saying. I mean, I agree. I think Hassan did play a role in like the normalization of like the dark woke 1 versus woke 2 thing. Right? Woke of the day. Yeah. 100%. Again, I'm not absolving Hassan from that. Like, again, I'm well within a criticism of Hassan range. Right? And it's the same thing. Right? But what Noah's talking about is, as what I'm saying, he's pretending that pretending to agree. It is what it is. The optics of a lot of clips and looking good. So here comes the walk back. I don't even necessarily think it's a walk back. I think that I don't think Hassan knows that he well, maybe he does. I actually have no idea. I actually have no clue. I won't even finish the sentence. I have no idea. I think because there are a lot of annoying libs in his chat during a woke one. He sees some of it through that lens, but he's not outright antagonistic. I mean, but like Hassan like got extremely popular during woke one. Though. That's why I don't understand. Like so did Kyle Glinski. You know what I mean? So did Breaking Point. So did Majority Report. So did Drop Site. You know. So did Jacobin. Like all these like leftist, like white leftist media institutions and ecosystems got extraordinarily popular. Yeah, he was woke bay. They got extraordinarily popular during woke one, and so that's why it was weird, and it's been weird for years when people were acting like you know what I mean? When people were acting like or using woke like pejoratively. You know? Because like again, it primarily benefited in the ecosystem, the leftist ecosystem, it primarily benefited white people. It just did. You didn't see an entire a rise of like black leftist commentators in the era of like woke one. You know what I mean? It's just not. You didn't see that. We would never allow this either. Oh, I did see this. Actually, no, I didn't see this specifically. I did see Adam Freeland get called out on Twitter for Maroon. But I want to get to this after I finish this clip. That's the problem. His commentary is based off of him being on lines. That's why I don't take his commentary on it so seriously, because it's written in online crap that he's was not an organizer back then, and he still isn't. Like he wasn't out there. But what I found us on today, fresh on right wing pipeline, I saw him talking about woke. I would have assumed this is the SJW hating Chud. Yeah, I think it goes for a lot of like leftists. Is it like that? Because that's how they use woke. They use the same language, which is why I've been saying forever. I caution you of using the same language as right wingers and adopting right wing language. Right? It's jokes to say say that you're gesture maxing and your looks maxing and you're and it's jokes to like use like right wing terminology ironically, and it's just jokes to like use woke one, but the jokes turn into being from ironic to being unironic, and then you're actually using these terms unironically, and then your language is indistinguishable from Nazis, right? And if you want to build a wider coalition with people, especially with like black people, they're going to see that, they're going to be turned off by that because you're using the same language as the racists. Right? Not even using the same language, using it in the exact same way. It's not like woke was reclaimed by the left, right? Woke was co-opted by the right, and then the leftists just took that co-option. You know what I mean? Has that we've been having these discussions in our space and no one sees the problem in the broader spaces? I mean, they saw it when Noah Cohen said it. So I think that's kind of I think that kind of illustrates part of the conversation. They completely understood it when Noah said it, but when I said it, it was like Sean cares too much about optics, and Sean is too woke, and Sean is a liberal, right? SJW got co-opted by into woke from right wingers. Anytime you use woke one, you're using that right wing framing on the pronunciation of the word woke. Exactly.
First, I want to preface anything that I say on this with that, like, I despise the pejorative phrase of like how people talk about and use the word woke now. It has felt like racism won in that case, and that like people now use like a piece of AAVE in this like totally like desultory way that I've never particularly liked or found comfortable, and I think it's cheap and lame. but it's just the world we live in now, and so I despise it.
True. I've been talking about the unification of politics for a minute now too. No, Arsan hasn't said it. Yeah, so it doesn't matter, I guess. And that's the problem. And people don't understand when we say like listen to black leftists, we're not telling you to like, oh, a black person, we have to go listen to them, right? We're saying that our perspective gives us a viewpoint that you just do not have, right? As a white person. Right? And so even if you don't agree with it, understanding that there's a perspective that is there and hearing that and engaging with that perspective, right, is positive to making you a more well-rounded leftist. But the problem is that a lot of white leftists don't want to listen to black leftists. Honestly, they kind of want to listen to, like, they want to hear black leftist positions and takes, like, from, like, Hassan. You know what I mean? That's kind of what they want to hear. But the problem is that if you don't listen to the people who are the closest to that issue, you're not going to get it until it's too late. You know what I mean? You find woke one for the ICAS because they think it's before BLM. I don't think it's useful for me to define what woke one is. I'm operating based on how people who use the term woke one unironically define it, right? And what they're talking about and what they're discussing is like the 2020 style and era of politics. They're using it in the way that right-wingers use it to describe a catch-all term from for the left. That's how they use it. Right? Leftists have adopted that usage of the phrase woke one. That's how they use it. That's how it's used. This is exactly what Noah literally just said. You know what I mean? What? As people like me do like woke one, we hate woke 0.5. Then you want to be pedantic, but some of us say radlibs for a reason. We're not talking about BLM or defund the police. No, the conversation is about BLM and defund the police, though. That's the thing, right? Like, because that's what that's how the conversation started with AOC using the term and Zora Mamdani being asked about the term, right? It's about defund the police and it is about abolition, right? So when they say woke one, right? I think some of us hate what was before that. Like what? Like what do you mean before that? Because before that, woke just meant like politically aware from black people, right? 2016 Radlib, we don't need to explain it. That wasn't like that's not woke though. Right? Like that's not what woke is. Does that make sense? Right? You don't hate woke, you hate liberalism. I think that's the biggest problem. You don't hate woke, you hate liberalism. And that's fine to say that. You can say that. You just hate liberalism. Right? But framing it as woke does a disservice to the people who fought, right, for things like defund the police, for people who fought for BLM. Exactly, but it gets cross streams. I see it from Hassan is I love woke. And that's what okay. We don't disagree. Okay, chat, stop looking on Neon Cats. We agree. We agree, right? The point that we're making is that it's intentionally crossed. The streams are intentionally crossed, right? When you use the term woke like that, right? You hate liberalism. I hate liberalism. Hassan hates liberalism, right? But when you use the term woke, like woke one, what you're doing is you're ceding ground to the right-wing framing of what woke actually is. We shouldn't be calling it woke because we know that's not what woke means, right? We should be calling it what it is, which is liberalism, right? And when you call it woke, when you call that era of politics woke, you're giving up ground to the right to co-opt the term even further. You know what I mean? No, a complaining that they were mad to think about how they were racist. I don't think that's what Neon Cats was saying. Not that chatter. Oh, okay. I don't think we're on different pages. It's very similar to Ludwig and Slime making fun of Jason's use of AAV while intentionally making unintentionally making fun of AAVE. Yes, actually, yeah. It is exactly like that. I think they saw all of Woke One as a performance side, not recognizing the amount of organization it took place. It's a dumb argument. I mean, I think that's very generous. Because like these people know better. They get paid millions of dollars to know better. You know what I mean? Woke refers to awareness of racial prejudice and social injustice. It goes back to lynching of black teens in like 1938. Yeah, this is which is why it doesn't make sense to like give up ground on it. As extension of woke is stay woke to be aware of white supremacy from the cops in the state. Using woke one is not woke. Yeah. Yeah, here. I do want to play this part one more time.
I mean, I don't know if you. I don't want to be totally duplicative, but like well, first I want to preface anything that I say on this with that. Like, I despise the pejorative phrase of like how people talk about and use the word woke now. It has felt like racism won in that case, and that like people now use like a piece of AAVE in this like totally like desultory way that I've never particularly liked or found comfortable, and I think it's cheap and lame, but it's just the world we live in now, and so I despise it. So with that preface aside, is also that like I posted this photo on Twitter earlier, but like 12 years ago, I think it was like 12 or 11 years ago, when I was working for Recode, a website that Kara Swisher ran, and a news site covering Silicon Valley. It was later bought by Vox, but at like our flagship tech conference, Jack Dorsey was there sitting with DeRay McKesson on stage, and Jack Dorsey is wearing a hashtag Stay Woke shirt. Like, part of what feels like so frustrating about all of this to me is just like the broad conflation of like everything that people don't like about like, whether they call it cancel culture, what they didn't like about like racialized political consciousness or political consciousness along about issues of racial justice. Either one, take your pick. Like, all of this shit felt like it's just like, well, we're going to take the worst shit of that and we're going to lay that at the feet of like Francesca Hong. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. Like, I'm just not like, it's
a way to rehash the same fucking narratives of like,
I mean, yeah, exactly. It is. There's a term that I had, I lost it. It is a distraction, but okay, it's catharsis. It's catharsis. I say this all the time, right? It is catharsis. The usage of woke one is done for catharsis, right? It's done as a catch-all term to be everything that I don't like is woke, which we all understand that's what right-wingers were doing, and leftists are doing the exact same thing. Now everything that they don't like was woke. They're literally doing the same thing. Everything they don't like was woke, right? Liberal identitarianism, that's woke. Abolish the police, that's woke. Defund the police, that's woke. That's ultra woke. That's mega woke. That's super woke, right? Corporate backing of BLM, that's woke. Is it resonating with you? You may be liberal, says Sanchez LARPing as a progressive. Yeah. It's like, do you understand what I'm saying when I say that like leftists are just doing the same thing that right-wingers were doing? They're just labeling everything that they don't like as woke, despite and regardless of what the term actually means. And then they get mad at you when you say that's not actually what woke is. Right? Ben Shapiro being like, oh, Disney has a Black Little Mermaid, that's woke. And you're like, that's actually not what woke is. Woke is actually this. And they're just like, well, shut up. That's not actually what woke is. Woke is this. Woke is that. You know what I mean? Woke is no more black mermaids or whatever. Leftists are like, oh man, focusing on identity politics, that's too much wokeness. You know, like that's actually not what woke is. Like, yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's too much wokeness. You're being woke right now, right? And that is a problem with the term woke of the day, right? That this way it was this way it sucks. Why I hated it, right? We could probably find clips of me talking about woke of the day, the term, because I think it added to the same culture of using right-wing framing of language, and it was ironic, right? I can acknowledge that it was ironic. It started out as ironic. When woke of the day first started being used, right? It started out as a ironic usage of the term woke to poke fun at the way that right-wingers used it. But then it turned into unironic when you started to actually describe people who were like, you know, liberals as like being too woke. And that's how we got to where we are now, right? It's always happening with, I don't think it was ever actually ironic for us on. I think there was a time where it was ironic. Like there was leftists, there was a time where leftists understood that right-wingers used woke for everything. And then they were like, bro, they'll probably say this is woke too. They'll probably say this is woke too. They'll probably say this is woke too, right? And that turned into be like, whoa, you're being too woke right now, right? And then it goes into like, you know, the friend that's too woke, that TikTok meme, and people like unironically using woke as a catch-all term to mean anything that's like left-wing, right? The memification of language turning into harmfulness, where you just end up just doing what right-wingers do. Does that make sense? And that's what's happening now. And now you have Zohar Mamdani being asked about woke one, and he's like, I don't support defund the police. And that's happens, right? When you cede ground on language. Now they're being asked to apologize for their past behavior, and they're not even running for office. All because leftists wanted to have their catharsis. Use record for that. No, I don't think we should use record either. Record has similar problems that woke has without like the ties to like the term, right? I can talk about record a little bit more later, but the problem is, oh yes, here I'll look at my old take about record and woke of the day. I don't know how I feel about the woke of the day because it's gonna spiral into making people making fun of other leftists. It already has. It already has. Woke of the day has already become like the soft A to the hard R of Wrecker, you know? It's become the Recca of of the Twitch online politics space. Right? If somebody's calling you the woke of the day, they're calling you the Recca. Yeah. Recca is crazy. What do you mean? It works though. It makes sense. You can't tell me that is incorrect. I don't know how I feel about the. Yeah. If I was left as disrupting the movement, that's how like it's supposed to be used theoretically from a theoretical perspective. The issue with that is that its utilization, like woke, oftentimes came at the expense of marginalized people. Like the people that were called wreckers were usually marginalized people, right? It would usually be like black people or trans people or, you know, or women, right? Who this is how it was used, right? It wasn't supposed to be used like this. It didn't even mean this, but this is how it was used. I'm telling you because we saw it last year. It's become an entire conversation, right? If you were a black person, you're like, hey, I have an issue with this. People would just spam wrecker, right? If it was just used for people who are like derailing the movement, honestly, it would be used for people who say woke of the day or woke one. If we're being entirely honest. But it wasn't. It wasn't. You know what I mean? These views for Bad F Nada fans. You could tell someone, hey, that's ableist, and you'll get a barrage of woke of the day. Yes. This is what I said when I was covering like this happening on Sonic Chat last year, which is that like what you should do if you see somebody being a little bit too annoying, right? If you see a black person saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't eat popcorn because it's actually a microaggression or whatever, and you don't think that that's the case, what you should do is you should just ignore it. I've been saying it for years at this point. You should understand this person may be a little bit silly, but they are completely online and they have no real power. We're just going to ignore it and we're just going to move on. That's it. That genuinely. So he's capable of ignoring bad takes in chat. I think it helps that he's now outside. So he doesn't like, I haven't seen a song go on like a tirade recently, which I think is positive. Right? But yeah. I think it being outside helps. You think people online are gonna see and just ignore it? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What's funny is even the original woke one was crazy tweet from Osei was basically repeatization of the liberal identity politics. He was responding to his prior claims about a speaker of New York Council should not be a white man, but then it got expanded to include defund / abolish, which was decidedly not liberal identity demand. But even then, like, does the New York City Council have a overrepresentation of white people? You know what I mean? Like, so even then, like, those disparities still exist. that disparity of like white people still operate in like disproportionately in all levels of government is true. Like liberal identity politics is not baseless. It may not be the most effective way of politicking, but it is based in reality. You know, it is based in something real. I'm saying the original statement was good at just saying expanded greatly. I agree with you, right? But I'm saying that I saw that as well, right? And I was thinking about this, which I was like, but like, was that correct or not? Like, you feel me? Because like, it's true. They're calling us on a little bit stupid. They're just a leftist who needs to be corrected. Chat is memeing because they have beef with us on. They're not being serious, no matter what they tell you. So I was talking about me? Yes, I am talking about you. She is serious sometimes, and it's hard to take it seriously. Like, do you want to be a comedian or a politician? Sorry, y'all. No libs don't listen to music either, right? It's funny. Leftists are using the term "itpull" to stand in for white fatigue because they know how ridiculous white fatigue sounds. Yes. True and correct.
Cancel culture. Don't you remember how annoying you guys were and how annoying you made us feel? How bad you made us feel for our
remember how
positions?
bid you made me, like an executive at LinkedIn, feel for whatever fuck.
To be fair, like this is what Ryan Grimm is saying. This is what Ryan Grimm is saying.
Like fuck, like
and it's like, and they leaned into it at the time too as a marketing tool. And
yeah, it was it was cynical then. It's cynical now. Fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I'm not really interested in throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
But doing it right now also is annoying because you're basically in some respects like. Were there excesses as far as like annoying tweets? It doesn't matter at the end of the day because the excesses of the moderates, as Julian Brave Noisecap points out, are foreign wars with death tolls in the hundreds of thousands, and the rights excesses are like literal attempts at authoritarianism, you know, putting people in concentration camps. Like, if the worst thing that a left politician has is a fucking annoying tweet or whatever that is technically not wrong, right? But just like it makes you feel bad about
and look,
American history
and
or
none of this
something.
is about like not learning how to like prioritize certain messages over others, having to like be approachable in what you talk about, you know, like use it, like, you know, also like beginning discussions that you can finish and sound credible in, like, which is not always easy with talking about things like defund the police. Like, granted, you know, this is what being like individually judicious and personally strategic means, right? And disciplined, but it is also just like, that doesn't mean I just like I just don't feel comfortable with like all the woke one, pre-woke, woke two, all that shit. Like, it's not a discussion or a frame of it I particularly like.
Okay, I respect. Respect. Genuine respect. Because I don't think a lot of people are willing to like think that deeply about it. Right? I mean, there was a chatter in here that came in here and says it's not that deep. Right? Genuine respect for Noah here. Just to take 2 seconds to think like, what is this? What does this mean? There's something deeper there, and I feel weird engaging with this. Right? Is it blowback? He was really good. Blowback is good. Like, yeah, yeah. Respect. I respect that. To see like how, and this is something that I expect, right, from like Chi or from AOC, or from any prominent white leftist, you know, from Hassan as well. Like, I expect, right, to do that work to think, huh, maybe I shouldn't engage with this, actually. Do we think I heard that and internalized it? Maybe. He respects Noah. So I think like he'll give it thought, because if Noah's saying this, he'll give it thought. IG would who is he to push cultural issues to the forefront of our movement? Also, I think it's kind of funny because Chi not being supported over Hakeem Jeffries was done specifically because they wanted to cozy up to Hakeem Jeffries. You would think that he would have a little bit of a thought about that, you know? Yeah, you know, because I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird that like you know, she went so to bat for like Zoran Mondani, and when it came to Zoran supporting him, it was just like, you know, I thought it was strange. I'm not saying that he should have like held grudges or whatever, but like I think the way that he was treated, I think that just means something. And it wouldn't have slid under woke one, I'm just saying. Because everyone is thanking him for saying woke one. He's asked like Chuds thank Candace for being racist. Meanwhile, everyone was wondering if he lost his mind when he ran against Chuck. Ooh, my freaking head. Yeah, I think it was Hakeem. I don't think it was Chuck. I'm pretty sure it was Hakeem Jeffries. Right. Yes. Okay. They're using him as a reason of why saying woke one isn't racist about BLM. By the way, I know. Yeah. Fingers get spent. Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Like, and I think
it was
that,
just fake. It was always the thing that
I
annoys
don't
me is
like
like the corporate the corporate, like the corporatized version of like the sanitized identity politics and social justice was like very clearly a marketing technique, and people weren't wrong to call it out. I mean, I called it out at the time too.
well,
to
yeah,
say, like,
I mean, I remembered like being like suffering the consequences for being perceived as a person who, like, you know, might have called, like, it just like it's a little bit through the looking glass right now. I think a lot of the people also, like, some of the stuff that like really grinds my gears are seeing a lot of the people who were like hiring managers and editors in chief and senior executives at companies that like led the charge in some of the more dubious aspects of what they are now calling woke one or whatever. And it's just like, I don't I would literally rather just like skip this by, pay it no mind, and try and move on and find more productive ways to talk about any of this shit.
Yeah.
Just because like the amount of hypocrisy that I feel like as somebody who has a memory longer than 10 minutes with this is like,
Yeah.
it's going to make my eyes roll.
I
mean, like, Noah's saying this in like a lot of terms, but it's just he's basically saying it's the culture war. Don't engage with the culture war, right? This is exactly what he is saying. Right? He's saying this is culture war nonsense. We have to just let us pass us by. Right? Because yes, of course you're gonna see people who benefited from like the woke one they're describing. Like you're gonna see like white people who were like, oh man, I'm so sorry, black people. You're gonna see those people be like, woke one did go too far or whatever. You're gonna see that hypocrisy, right? It's just best to not engage with it, right? Don't engage with it. Don't engage with that culture war nonsense, right? The problem is that AOC engaged with it, right? Zohar Mamdani engaged with it. They're meeting the framing at even ground. You don't do that with right-wing framing. You never meet right-wing framing on even ground because you will lose. Right? That's why you always have to reframe. What AOC should have said was about Francesca Hong's old tweets is like, what do you think people care about those tweets? Do you think they care about being able to pay their bills? Right? And there's only one candidate who's really helping with that, you know? Do you think they care about those tweets about Thanksgiving, or do you think they care about being able to eat during Thanksgiving? Which candidate do you think cares about that? Because I think it's definitely Francesca Hong. That's what she should have said. Instead of being like, I have a friend that said woke one was crazy. They believed some silly stuff back then. I think we should have politicians explain and agitate on police, like Rab and Darlisa and Hong have done. People do not need to be educated on the police, and their relentless fear mongering about crime and local news needs to be countered. Yeah, I do need to be educated on the police, and you can do it well. This is what the left is supposed to do. Ugh. We need to shower with Hassan to cook this one a few more days. That's really funny. So we're gonna be done. This is why I question AOC's political instincts. AOC has had bad political instincts forever. Like genuinely forever. I don't even have like a specific beef with her. Like I do with like Ryan Grimm or whatever, but like she's consistently had bad political instincts. But this has been a problem for AOC. She like attaches herself at the hip when she shouldn't do it. She aligns herself when she shouldn't, and then she like says things that she shouldn't, and it becomes a whole thing. It's a consistent problem for AOC. Is she Hassan? No, Hassan has better instincts than AOC does. Like it's not even like a, like not even like as a joke. Like AOC's instincts are like consistently really bad. Right? AOC only didn't endorse Graham Plattner because she doesn't endorse in like against either incumbents or like establishment Democrats, right? Because her endorsement thing was weird, that's kind of it. But she like lucked into like not endorsing Graham Plattner is like kind of my point. Also hasn't done Senate races, yeah. But like if like he was running for like a congressional seat or whatever, you think she would have endorsed? Because she endorsed a literal sheriff in Texas, yeah. Instead of just like not engaging in the race at all. It's so bad. It's so bad. Stop clock right twice a day. A broken clock is right twice a day, but a misaligned one never is. Remember that.
I also
back into the into fucking like 2011.
I also think it was really fucking annoying is the people who are like hyper obsessed with culture wars on the opposing side to be like, this is all culture wars, and then they become culture wars.
Thank you. I made that up. I actually came up with that when I was like 18.
Themselves, like Zay Jelani, who literally has made it his life's mission to only talk.
What the clock is digital? I mean, it's still correct. right? A misaligned clock is never, or you can say like a mistimed clock never is. The point is that like a broken clock, a clock that doesn't tick, is right twice a day because the time comes, twice a day. But if it's misaligned, it's still clicking, but it's clicking like not timed correctly. This line works better for an analogy to be related to politicians. Go with this one, thank you. I've been 5 minutes ahead of schedule for my entire life. Yeah, me too. Am I dumb? What is a misaligned clock? It's like, you know what? If it's 12 o'clock, it's set to like 12:01, right? It's always out of step. Or 11:59, yeah. So it's like a misaligned clock. Or a mistimed clock, because it's like, the time is different. I know exactly what it meant. The analogy works. Thank you. Okay. It's a good phrase.
Talk about like woke one or how ridiculous it was, where you're like, okay, you're doing the same thing on
Yo, Caleb R, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. I hope I didn't miss any other gifted subs. The Hayes, thank you for the tier 1. I think I got the rest of them. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. I might miss that one. Puerto Rican Vegan Social, thank you for 35 months. Stellarly, thank you for the tier 1. Okay, I got the rest of them, I'm pretty sure. Huge W. We're on our way back to 1K. You know what happens at 1K? Wink, wink, nod, nod. The clock is still broken. I hate that idiom. The point is to not rely on a clock that is right twice a day, because you never know when, because the clock is broken. Well, that's not how it's used, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Saint Scrappy for the tier 1.
On the opposing side. Like, you're and far worse because you happen to be also on the side that is like somewhat less empathetic, less moral.
Misaligned clock is necessarily broken. I set mine on purpose, like 3 minutes to make myself less late. It's never correct. It's always 3 minutes fast. It's either stopped or broken. Stopped and broken are the same thing in the framing of the saying. Anyway, we're not talking about idioms anymore. Gosh darn.
Or less historically correct.
They aren't. I mean, for the function of the phrase, they are the same. As in, like, if a clock is stopped, which means it's not ticking, it's stuck on a time. If the clock is broken, it means it's not ticking, it's stuck on a time. You know what I mean? The point of the phrase is that when somebody is right once in a blue moon, which is also another idiom, funnily enough, or every now and then, every so often, they are right because they're not normally right. It's like a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Which means they're only occasionally correct. Let's debate the blue moon now. The moons are never blue. Nonetheless, you said Assad IDs, ignore bad comments. This is debate perpetrated at the highest order. Yeah, just debating the dumbest, most innocuous things.
Very least. And I find that to be just as unproductive as the people doing the opposite thing. Or if not more unproductive, because you're still a fucking culture warrior at the end of the day. Like, you're no different. You're not above it. You're not above it at all when all your output revolves around identity politics and how the shallow nature of it or the cynical deployment of it.
Well, wait, that's my take. He stole my take. That's what I said. I was like, wait, that sounds familiar. I was like, that sounds familiar. Yeah, that's true, right? It's like you're just doing culture war, right? If you're just only complaining about like the culture war, you know? You're just doing culture war. It's all your MS Paint drawing. And that's kind of the issue. Right? Like with no, 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 not this one. Not this one. Not this one. I found it eventually. Here. Right? This is just the culture war. Or like here. Dropping college campus culture warrior performative activism. Like that's just you're just doing the culture war. You're just remaking the culture war and you're just engaging with the culture war, saying how much you hate the culture war. It's just like someone saying how much they hate drama, but always talking about drama. I hate drama. I hate talking about drama. I hate getting into drama. But they only talk about drama. Like you are the drama. You are the problem. You know what I mean? Link please to this one. There, I'll give you a link to my tweet about it. This is a good tweet. You should give it a like. It's just you like you know what I mean? The best way to deal with this is to just not engage with it. Keemstar fall off? Yes, Keemstar 100% fell off. Rightfully so. But does that make sense? There's some good news. But yeah, it's just like, why are you engaging with it? I'm not engaging with it. I'm telling you to not engage with it. Right? If I said stop doing drama, I'm not engaging with the drama. Right? I'm telling you to don't do this. Don't engage with the culture war. Right? Stop using right-wing framing on like college campus culture warrior performative activism. Stop dropping like woke is liberal identity politics. Stop using right-wing framing when discussing these issues. You know what I mean? How do you know it's drama if you aren't engaged? True. Right? And it's silly. This is the problem that AOC fell into. We're gonna just people being mad at Twitter when you get down to it, and all these people are just too online. Indeed, yes, yes, right. Again, you can address liberalism and have a problem with liberalism without getting into the culture war, right? Addressing liberalism, right, is doing ideological disagreements. Addressing woke one performative activist identity politics, identitarianism is culture war nonsense. Do you understand the difference, right? Do you understand that how those are different? Do the liberal thing, right? Address the liberalism. No, then I think you're just stupid. If you don't understand how those are very clearly different. Addressing liberalism and then engaging with right-wing framing about what is woke and is what isn't woke, I think it's stupid. You can address liberalism without engaging with the right-wing framing about everything I don't like is actually wokeness and it's bad. That's the problem. Right? When you're like, oh, people are too woke online, there's too much wokeness going on, you're getting in the right-wing framing. What is identitarianism? Do you want the actual definition of how people use it? When people say identitarianism or liberal identitarianism, they mean identity politics. That's just They're referring to identity politics. It's combat liberalism, not combat idpol wokeism. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Because when you combat liberalism, you are actually doing effective politicking. Right? When you engage in the right-wing framing of the issue, you're handing the right a win. And you're going to be forced to argue on their framing. It's literally what happened to Zoran today. Right? This is what happens when you engage in right-wing framing, right, of what is wokeism and what's not wokeism. Fart Princess, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Do you think woke one was crazy?
Look, I think that each person has a responsibility to tell New Yorkers, to tell Americans when they're running for office what they believe. And sometimes what you believe can change, it can develop, it can grow. And I know that there are some for whom they still believe in that. I've made very clear that I do not believe in defunding the police, that I will not be defunding the police. And that to me, delivering critical public safety also looks like working with our police department alongside many other partners. And we've seen over the first 7 months of this administration what that can look like when we're talking about the fewest murders on record in New York City, the fewest shooting incidents on record in New York City. And that to me is how we measure a lot of our public safety.
Like, do you realize that's stupid? That's dumb. But what he said, yes. But also, like, when you engage with the conversation about woke one and woke one going too far, you open the door to have people criticize like your past behavior, and it's all a distraction from the actual policies you're trying to pass. Right? This isn't ideological. Nothing here is ideological. This is culture war. Right? The journalist asked a culture war question, and he answered a culture war question. Right? This is like effectively no different than asking Zoran Mamdani how he feels about like the Little Mermaid being black. It's the same thing because it's culture war nonsense. It's completely removed from like the policies that he's passing. Right? Why is this a conversation the left is entertaining? Why? Like, why? Why are we entertaining this conversation about how far woke one went and if it went too far? It's stupid. It's dumb. It's really dumb. Literally could have said, I did not inflate the police budget and crime's gone down. He could have not brought the police up at all. She didn't ask him about the police. She asked him about the phrase woke one. You could have spun that any way you wanted to. Right? Just say, listen, right? I think this entire conversation about woke one is crazy. I'm here to give New Yorker stuff, right? They want potholes fixed, I fix the potholes. Right? So if you want to ask me about what I'm doing for New Yorkers, then I'll do that. Right? We'll talk about that. Other than that, you know. It's so silly. It always makes me think that he thinks that woke one is literally code for defund the police. Yeah, and people are swearing up and down that it's not. It's actually something totally different. We promise. With saying there's a fascist in the White House, woke one didn't go far enough, inappropriate response. That is a better response. Literally anything is a better response to this. Right? This is conceding. This is a concession. You are ceding ground to right-wing framing by doing this. And you will lose by fighting on their terms. So don't fight on their terms. Disengage. Engage in the policies. I don't see how this is a hot take. Right? And people will understand, right? People will understand if you people will understand if you People understand for Graham Plattner. If Graham Plattner was asked about woke one, do you think he would have gotten the same response? If the media asked Graham Plattner when he was popping about woke one, do you think he would have gotten the same response, or would have been like, "Why are they asking him about this? Asking him about his policies. Asking him about his policies. Asking about his healthcare policies." He could have said something racist. It's kind of funny. About this type of opportunity to define what woke even means out corporate lib BS. So these people need to stop using anti-woke one talking points. The corporations are anti-woke one. It's also true. Dude, my camera sucks. Here, I gotta get this. I guess. Oh, I am assigning the blue sky here. Here, I do need to. I'm gonna start closing some of these tabs. Also, I ratioed of Ryan Grimm. I take those. I take those. I take those. Give me a like, chat. Like my tweet. Oh, I use the bathroom really quickly. I use the bathroom really quickly, and I have to come back and I have to do my sponsorship. All right, be right.
Socialized
So you
medicine.
don't think there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare? Is there a
Between the
meaningful difference in
Republican Party and the
outcomes?
Democratic Party, there is consensus on maintaining private healthcare.
Is there a premise of the meaningfully different I need to push back on and buried with Adam's weak AF argument?
But there's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of 30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got
He's
diagnosed.
like, bro, there's a mortality gap. He's like, why are you even conceding that anybody needs to die in the first place? There's a mortality gap voting for the Democrats as opposed to running somebody who would not be so bad on healthcare too. Right? This only works if you are stuck within the duopoly, the two-party mindset, and you can never ever break that ever in your life ever. Right? Like, yeah, you must keep churning out Democrats and nothing can ever change with that. Right? And not even just Democrats. You must be turning out like moderate liberal Democrats who would never change anything when it comes to healthcare. Right? If Adam actually cared about the mortality gap and people dying, he would be, instead of yelling at Hassan, yelling at his liberal compatriots for not voting for people who want better health outcomes. This is a psychopathic way to discuss preventable deaths. I know. But that's the liberal mindset. It's the same way people talked about Palestine. The same way liberals talked about Palestine, right? In their minds, some Palestinians need to die. And that's why it's so frustrating. In their minds, in the minds of liberals, some Palestinians needed to die. They were going to die. It's going to happen. Sucks to suck, right? They can't even fathom a world that we want, which is that no Palestinians die, right? They're like, well, it's either some Palestinians die now or more Palestinians die later. Choose one, and those are the only two options. And as I said here, right, these people can only imagine a world where marginalized people are in a perpetual state of torment, saddled between both parties, bad and worse. We need to have a very real conversation that the continual offering of this false choice in and of itself is bigoted, right? Like, imagine this. Imagine your parent every night, right, goes down into your room in the basement. And he's like, here, you can either have a cup of piss or a plate of shit for dinner, right? A cup of piss or a plate of shit. That's it. Every night. You're not going to get mad at your siblings for being like, hey, can we get something else? You know, you're gonna be like, yeah, this is an abusive parent. We need another option, a third option, something different than the two of these.
Who needs four when you've got
Right?
one like me?
And if your parent keeps coming down with the cup of piss or the plate of shit, your parent is being abusive. It is in the wrong. All right, chatter. When I said you're dumb, I was not exaggerating. People do use the original definition of woke, and that is black people. Wrong, black people do? Exactly. Your whiteness is showing. Please cover it up when you're in our presence. Where's the Caroline quote?
Man, I know Sean's in the trenches. Sean to Asian woman. is in the trenches on a lot of this mess.
That is really funny.
Shout out, brother. Because it is very exhausting. And I am not a black man, despite Sean's hypothetical. I am not a black man. So I don't even have the experience of being a black man and having to listen to a lot of white leftists seemingly throw black lives under the bus by dismissing and rolling their eyes at a movement and an era that was born out of the lynching, the murdering of black Americans.
True. True. I love Caroline. Caroline is the best and the greatest. And I have nothing bad to say about Caroline. And I have bad things to say about a lot of people. She's so goated, yeah. And Caroline will always get my respect. You should follow Caroline. Do we have a shout out for Caroline? Follow Caroline. I had a podcast with Eldon Kwan. Yeah, that would have been a cool thing to do when I was in LA. Now I am categorically not in LA, so I still can't believe Katie left me for Caroline. Isn't that crazy? My own mod. Wild. Wild. I think probably like the oldest mod that I have that still watches. Craziness. Craziness. Oh no. I don't know why people I can't realize that you should listen more and speak less on my passing Puerto Rican man. My opinion should only come after listening, if at all. I think everybody would be better served if they listened more and spoke less, right? Yeah, Caroline bought it for me first. Or Caroline, sorry. Katie bought it for me first, not Caroline. Oh wait, I can't hear anything.
That was crazy. Actually, we didn't go far enough with this so-called woke.
True. I love Caroline, bro. We are like the same person, right? But if I was like Asian and a woman,
If Sean was Sean the Asian woman,
or if she was a black man. True.
So true.
Yeah, pick your poison.
Or both, honestly.
Or both. Okay. Or both. Dang. I thought I had it. I thought that I could be the funniest person in that clip for a second, and then I literally lost it at the end. I almost thought, I was thinking in my head, I was like, yes, one clip with Caroline that I'm the funniest person in. And then she immediately pulls me back down to earth. Ah, dang it. That's funny. Sean, the black Asian woman, true. I know candidates shouldn't apologize for radical statements of the past, but how do they diffuse constant attacks on these remarks? I.e. Thanksgiving Gate or Kamala Harris? Honestly, double freaking down. So long as it's not like materially harmful, you always just redirect back to policy. Honestly, even if it is materially harmful, you could probably still get away with redirecting it back to policy. Bro, Graham Plattner like won his primary by like 20 something points, and he had like 9 controversies. Nothing matters here. Donald Trump won 2 elections in this country, bro. Literally nothing matters. literally nothing matters. It's messaging. You got to just message it back, massage it back into policy. You know, like unless you were like literally like, you know, dropping the N-word or something. Or unless you were you know what I mean? Or unless you were like doing something materially harmful to marginalized people, redirect it back to policy. If you were doing something materially harmful to marginalized people, like recently, honestly, dude, I don't care what you do, bro. Good luck, I guess. Right? But if it's not harmful and it's like something stupid like Thanksgiving Gate or like uh like a tweet or something, then like bring it back to policy. Quincy drops N-word to this day. He's still getting base support. To be fair, I haven't seen him drop the N-word recently. He just put it in his YouTube title. Tweets don't hurt, lack of healthcare kills. Exactly. Hundred 187 days since last N-word. It's gonna be the new like BCAD. It's when was the last time Colin Clitzy said the N-word? That's how we start measuring the years. I'm doing the sponsorship. We'll do the sponsorship. It is time that I have to do this because I have like a few days left to do it. Also, no stream tomorrow. Maybe later. You might see me somewhere else. In a different place. In another place. Wait, no, I have time to do this, bro. I have time. Sorry, it's not a funny thing. Hey, yeah, with MGK. Why MGK? How to look someone who said in word listening to rap. I mean, he's doing his best like some shady impression, so I can see that. All right. Is it time, chat? Check your settings. Yes, I checked my settings. I already changed it. I already changed it. I appreciate looking out though. Get the banner up. This is not it. This is a video that I wanted to look at. This is an hour-long video. That's a video is long. But if I want to see your third channel, nobody. But it's time to duel. Wait, wrong thing. Why does my auto mod settings keep changing? I know why. I know why. I know who's doing it. That's right, chat. This segment of the stream is sponsored by HBO Max. And we're going to be watching the trailer for Lanterns. If you didn't know, actually, Green Lantern, growing up, was my favorite superhero. I didn't know they were space cops. But I thought it was so sick that they can make anything from their imagination. I don't believe you. I believe you. Okay, wow. That's so sick. I played a game recently. It was DCUO. Not recently, a while ago. DCUO. DC Universe Online. It was an MMO game where you became a superhero. The power that I picked was light, which was a lantern ring. So, and now they have a new series coming out on HBO Max. Did you like the Black Green Lantern? This series is about the Black Green Lantern. Here, focus up.
It's time to get up, Junior.
So, you're a space cop.
See, space cop. See, I told you. I know this. I told you. I just said that. I literally just said that too.
Just being trained. All right, new lesson. Take the ring and fly.
Just fly.
I'm sorry. Fly, please. What's that?
You're the backup quarterback.
For now. What do you think is going on?
It's no accident we're here. These victims are gonna end up being alien.
Based on what?
I think this is a murder mystery. Is he a bit deeper for Blackwater? I don't think he worked for Blackwater. But it'll it up.
Feeling.
He has a feeling.
I think this is more than just a feeling. This is a threat no one's ever seen before. What do you know about manhunters?
Where'd you hear that word?
Like of the Martian variety, of the Lantern Mythos variety. I know of the land hunters. They're like robots.
Manhunters are the most dangerous beings to ever exist in the galaxy. They could take the form of any species.
Wait, no, it is the Martian variety. You were wrong. You were incorrect. It's actually not the Lantern variety. The Lanterns have manhunters. They do have manhunters in the mythos. Which is why I'm surprised they went with the Martian variety. Because they are man. They're like, okay, think of like Sentinels from X-Men a little bit. Like they are like robots that are like they like hunt down Green Lanterns and stuff. It's the whole thing about them. You can still the Lantern Manhunters. You think they're adapting Lantern Manhunters, but like as like shapeshifters? That's interesting.
Any species.
Space Border Patrol. They're actually not Space Border Patrol. They are full space cops, not Space Border Patrol. They do not keep people off of planets. Wait, unless they're aliens, in which case they do that a little bit. Sometimes. Like if an alien comes onto Earth, the Green Lanterns do fight them. So sorry, focus.
Where'd you hear that word?
Manhunters are the most dangerous beings to ever exist in the galaxy. They could take the form of any species. So it could be anyone.
He's gonna send an army.
Guy Gardner. Sorry, I got spoiled. By the caption. I didn't know Guy was in this series.
To put you down.
Oh, there he is. Never mind. Okay. He's right there.
To put
that was in superhero movie. Yeah, I didn't know he was in this series though.
You down.
Do you resent Hal Jordan?
The ring's always been mine. Jordan's just keeping it warm.
Wait, do they have one ring to rule them all? Some would say they're sharing a ring.
Sinestro.
Sinestro's in this show too? They got everybody here.
You don't really believe he's your backup, do you, Hal?
No.
Let's say what he actually is.
My replacement. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might.
I had a joke that was a little bit funny. I'm gonna say it anyway because I think it's funny.
Sight.
Me, the woke mind virus.
Let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power. Green Lantern's light. How about a beer?
He's so extra, bro. Can I get a review from you? Of course, I will definitely get my review. I think the effects look better than they did in the original trailer. Like the effects really stepped up when it comes to like the lantern powers and stuff. And I will say, if Hal does not make a gun with his ring, I will be disappointed. That's the most Hal thing ever. Or a fighter jet. He loves his fighter jets. So he feels what kind of manhunters they're using, and that's fine. I don't know, actually. It feels like they're going Martian. You know what I mean? It feels like they're going Martian Manhunter. But like they're using them as if they are just like Lantern Manhunters. Make RPG? Yeah, exactly. So you're doing both Manhunters in the same series? The jacket said Martian, but the tech and powers were kind of Lantern Manhunter. Yeah, so it's strange. I don't know. It would be an interesting way to introduce Manhunters into the DC universe. You know what I mean? Which genuinely so much better than the Snyderverse. Like night and day better than the Snyderverse. I'll take this any day. There's another trailer as well. It's the second trailer. 2 hours ago, it just dropped. This just dropped today. Okay.
Who are you exactly? Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Hey everybody, I'm Juju Green, aka your movie
We got Straw Hat Goofy. These are Straw Hat Goofy not inviting me.
guy, and this is the official podcast for the DC Studio series Lanterns.
Oh, it's a podcast trailer.
This ring, it's the greatest weapon in the universe. When and if to use it, that's the whole ball game, Junior.
Did you just use that ring to counterfeit money?
No.
Tell me how you got it. The ring.
You know how I got it. I sure as hell didn't interview for it.
Oh, well, shit, maybe you should have. Power like that, shouldn't you have to work for it?
I've been doing this since you were a baby. And the only way you're gonna get this ring is over my dead fucking body.
I think he likes me.
Everybody is lying to us.
Okay, I want to know how they like came together. You know what I mean? And why there's only one ring. They both have rings. In modern times. Back in the day, there was only one ring. That's the next series, which would be a prequel.
We're not leaving here till we find out what they're hiding.
danger is part of the job. You need to be fearless.
How are you chosen for this?
It's only one question.
Double rings, they just need to get 3 more from the elves.
You afraid?
This is odd, because how to find that too many times.
You afraid?
Are you afraid?
Hey, it's Guy Gardner.
Are you afraid?
Also, chat, I'm sorry. I know you love Kyle. I don't think they're putting Kyle in the show. We already got 3 lanterns, bro. I don't think they're dropping a 4th, bro. In my opinion, give us Jessica Cruz, all right? I think it'll be sick. Klinsky, no. Kyle Rayner.
Are you afraid? Are you afraid?
I was raised fearless.
Oh, I think that's how, maybe. Maybe Jon Stewart was like tasked to kill Hal Jordan and he didn't know who Hal Jordan was. And he went to go kill him. And then he was like, she's gonna snipe him. And then the house blew up. And he was like, what's that? And then Hal Jordan like flew away. He's like, nah, I have to figure out what that is. And it's something like that, maybe. How many human lanterns are there? Are there supposed to be 1 per planet? No, it's even worse than that. It's supposed to be 1 per sector, which is like a collection of like solar systems. Earth has like 6, but it's justified because Earth apparently has so many Earth has so many threats that like they need to have 6 different lanterns. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's so dangerous. This was a calamity, yeah. It's like, bro, you need them. Just go ahead and take them. Go ahead and take them. It's like there's literally millions of planets. Okay, not a few solar systems. A few. I guess it depends on how you define a few. It's a lot. It's a large amount of space, right? You're space cops, right? Patrolling large amounts of space. Like they're doing sectors. It's 1 per sector usually. Sometimes 2 if they're trading a replacement, but usually it's 1. There are 6 on Earth specifically. And that's including having other heroes as well, like Superman and Batman and Wonder Woman. Also on like Martian Manhunter, the Flash, right? The Guardians know they have all of that. And they're like, yeah, 6 lanterns for Earth, that's fine actually. Okay, go for it. Yo, Jessica Cruz. True. I'm with you. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. There's my phone in the hands of whatever threat the lanterns are fighting. Where's the lantern cop for Krypton? That's funny. There's actually a story about that. There is actually a story about what happened to the sector for Krypton's like lantern. Like what were they doing? Also, there's also a Kryptonian and a Daxamite lantern in canon as well. It's like a Kryptonian lantern. They have the powers of Superman and Green Lantern. It's like, bro. It was on paid suspension when it happened. That's really funny. Kryptonian lantern seems too powerful. You don't get to see much of them, I don't think. Who wrote that power fantasy? It's literally like just like how OP can you make this person? Paid administrative leave.
I was raised fearless, and I'll do this better than he's ever done it before.
Then go and get it, Jon Stewart.
I also wonder, like, are they sharing a ring? And like, don't lantern rings usually choose the user? Is this one like, does it have commitment issues? Is it like, well, I want to be with Hal, but I found a new Bay in John. You know, he's trying to play both sides for a little bit. What if the Manhunters were the ones that told Stewart to get the ring? I can see that. I can see that. Jerbo's Polly. They share a battery. Larfleeze Bay. Ooh, I want to see them. I want to see them do Larfleeze. Larfleeze is my favorite character of the Green Lantern mythos. I think it's whenever I first heard about Larfleeze, I was like, that's awesome. If you don't know Larfleeze, Larfleeze is a character from the Green Lantern's mythos who is a part of the Orange Lantern Corps, which is the core of basically like avarice, greed. Right? So every Lantern Corps has its own color and its own like emotion for the emotional spectrum. For Green Lanterns, it's willpower, right? For Red Lanterns, it's rage and anger. For Yellow Lanterns, it's fear. For Pink Lanterns, it's love. For Indigo Lanterns, it's compassion. For Blue Lanterns, it's hope, right? And for Orange Lanterns, it's greed. But because it's greed, and if you put on the ring, you just get like inundated with a bunch of greed, there can only ever be one Orange Lantern. And so Larfleeze put the ring on, and there was a bunch of other Orange Lanterns, and like he just went out and killed them all because he's so greedy, he wants to get all the rings. Right? And so all of Larfleeze's constructs that he makes are constructs of the lanterns that he's killed because of his greed. I thought it was really cool. So there's only one Orange Lantern, and he hogs the lantern. He's like, nobody touch it, it's mine, basically. It's pretty sick. So he's Thanos. In ways. Blue Lanterns are like support lantern. Blue Lanterns, they're basically, they don't really make constructs, but whenever they're around a Green Lantern gets more powerful. Right? But to be a Blue Lantern, you can only feel hope. You can only feel hope. You can't feel anything else but hope. Right? And so if you ever feel dejected or jaded or whatever, you lose your power. You get kicked out of the Green Lantern Corps. It happened with Saint Walker, who's the Green Lantern. Except for Razor. Razor's a unique situation. 2008 Lantern. Above 2008 Lantern, yeah. Is there a color book theory with this Green Lantern stuff? Depends on what you mean a color book theory. Remember the Gray Lantern? Yeah, the Sorrow Lantern, who is basically like a chibi reviews of Lantern. He's like so sad that like Hal stole his fiance that he made a new Lantern Corps. He's like a Gray Lantern. I don't know if he's still around. I don't know if he's still around, but they shut down on the Black Lanterns. Listen. The Black Lanterns is kind of similar to like Larfleeze, where like there was only one real Black Lantern who was just some dude who like murdered his parents and then himself. And then like his lantern ring raised him back from the dead and he became like a zombie. And then he went around killing a bunch of heroes and then raising them back from the dead. And then they became zombie lanterns as well. It was probably the biggest lantern story that has happened yet. It's called The Blackest Night. You're trying to explain The Blackest Night? I mean, it's what happened in The Blackest Night for the most part. Yeah, and The Brightest Day. The Brightest Day introduced like White Lanterns as a counter. And basically White Lanterns are just overpowered because they have the powers of every lantern, essentially. That's how Kyle Rayner became like, kind of goated. I watched the comics explained on The Blackest Night. Well, you probably get the gist of it. White Lanterns are the prison lanterns. Yeah, they literally just have all the lantern powers. So there's a lot with the lanterns. Again, I think they resurrected Batman, but it wasn't actually Batman because Bruce wasn't killed by Darkseid. I was actually sent back in time. Oh yeah, and then you go into like like Bruce Wayne in like the Middle Ages, like fighting things. No. That's a different comic book. That's when he went back in time to the dinosaurs. I'm pretty sure he went back. Like Batman went back in time twice, at least, in 2 different stories. They just keep sending this man back in time, and he just survives both times. He's just alive. Like somebody else just travels back in time, and it's like, Bruce, why are you here? He's like, oh, thank God, I've been here for years. Like, how did you survive with the dinosaur? How did you survive with the dinosaurs? He's like, bro, I'm Batman, bro. It's just what I do. This is a real story. This actually happened. He was just chilling, surviving, like with dinosaurs and stuff. He doesn't have powers. There's also one time where Batman, he became a meteor as well. He survived entry from outer space with nothing but his cloak. He landed on the ground and he walked away. I'm not even joking. He literally landed on the ground after falling from outer space and got up and walked away. He's a normal guy, by the way. He's a normal dude. It's so funny. It's really funny. It's really funny. Yeah. Okay, there's another trailer I want to look at as well. Can Just Lee do a killer thing in with the timeline? Actually, I'm not aware of that story. His money cushioned his fall. It's kind of funny.
This ring, it's the
Wait,
greatest
it's the
weapon
same
in the
thing.
universe.
This is the same thing. Okay, yeah. I think it was the TV show. Oh, I did not. Yeah. Justice League Unlimited is a pretty good show. I haven't seen all of it though. I aspire to have levels of plot armor Batman has. True. True. I'd be unstoppable. I would be unstoppable. But yeah, that's the Lantern stuff. I'm excited for it. I'll watch it. The other video. We're not gonna talk about this other video. But yeah, what else is happening in the world? Also, shout out Lanterns. Watch Lanterns on the 16th. I'm gonna be watching it. Please drop Jessica Cruz. It'll be awesome. It will be awesome. She has the best Lantern story, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Go blast the multiverse and got a prosthetic hand from TDKR Batman and an anti-shark repellent from Adam West Batman. Watch it on stream, didn't fix that for you. I don't think that that's how that works, unfortunately. I don't think it applies for also yeah, this is my favorite Green Lantern clip as well.
Stand back and peep the light show. Green Lantern's got this.
It's really funny.
Stand back and peep the light show. Green Lantern's got this.
I love that. That's really funny. When Jon Stewart is turned into a kid and made a Gundam. I think Green Lantern should always make Gundams because Gundams are cool. All these movies. DC really cooks on the animated movies. Ow. DC really cooked on the animated movies. Everybody still has Ring, which is insane. Yes, I was about to. I showed it on stream before.
Yeah, I noticed, but fire's no problem for me. As I was saying, Green Lantern can do anything.
Except shut up, apparently.
Wow, someone forgot to take their true blood tonight.
I'm not a vampire.
Seriously? I thought with the darkness and the vanishing, then what, super strength?
No.
Can you fly?
In a plane.
Wait, You're not just some guy in a bat costume, are you? Are you freaking kidding me? What? Nobody asked you to prom, so now you dress as a bat and prowl around your parents' basement?
What's this do?
Huh?
No buttons. I assume it works off concentration.
How'd you do that?
You weren't concentrating.
You won't do that again.
Unless I want to.
That's it. Let's rumba, Spooky.
Batman is like, he's cool. He's sick. Batman gets away with being rich because he's just sick. He's awesome. I ship him. I don't know. He's the coolest fascist. I'm forever thankful for the JLA for using Jon Stewart instead of Hal Jordan. Listen, if you like Jon Stewart instead of Hal Jordan, you probably like this new Lantern series because, you know, Hal Jordan apparently gets cooked. I watched the Spider-Man, yes. I'm a Batman hater. I don't hate Batman as like a storytelling thing, but like I get the hate. I just can't hate Batman. He's just like sick. Not the franchise, but the dude. I mean, it's probably not as productive. This is the Dark Knight Returns animated movie. We did a film night of it, and it's so good. I have not seen it. I will do the film night of it. It's so good. I have not seen it. There's also a Samurai Batman thing. I don't know if I saw that one. And the Batman with a fiery passion. Listen, he doesn't have powers. Give him time. Give him time, right? You don't hate Superman having infinite power or whatever, being basically immortal and can never die, and he can fly, he has super strength, he has heat vision, and he has basically longevity, and he has like basically stop or start his heart whenever he wants to, and like you know what I mean? X-ray vision. Batman can have a suit that does stuff? Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? Superman's from Kansas, bro. Superman is from Krypton, an alien planet that gives him superpowers after when he's here. Vengeance is the weapon of the enemy. His greatest strength is not his prep time, it's his resolution, his refusal to give up, and perseverance is his greatest strength. Yeah, but he, you know, prep time doesn't help, it doesn't hurt either, you know? That one time Superman was in the sun for like 100 years and became a god from solar charging. Yeah, Superman 1 million. I'm pretty sure that was the story. Can't believe you call Superman an illegal alien. I mean, those part DC sucks. I don't necessarily agree. I think DC has his ups and downs. I'm not gonna read that. That's really funny though. It made me laugh. I will not be reading that. We're still sponsored by Lanterns. Lanterns! It's happening. Oh, did y'all see the honey situation got an update? Honey gets terminated as lawsuits proceed.
This is a cease and desist letter sent to me by PayPal's lawyers in December of last year. In it, PayPal warned that my investigation was, quote, defamatory and described Honey's business practices as being, quote, legal and responsible. Well, just weeks after publishing that investigation, 3 of PayPal's largest affiliate network partners announced punitive actions against the company, with one of them, Rakuten, terminating the relationship with Honey entirely, resulting in their removal from over 2,000 online stores, including Walmart, Lego, Sephora, Newegg, Uniqlo, and Samsung, to name a few, likely costing Honey millions of dollars in lost affiliate revenue. Ouch. As a result, PayPal issued a statement of regret a few days later, claiming they had no idea they were in possession of code responsible for poaching affiliate commissions from content.
Yeah, it's gonna be up for the rest of the hour. It's all right. You can go ahead and click it and watch it. Wait, Ryan Grimm retweeted Ben Shapiro? Stop. You are a liar. I don't believe you. You are a liar. I do not believe you.
Creators, insisting they only discovered the code after my reporting exposed it. The same reporting they had just claimed was defamatory. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, not only is PayPal's claim that they had no idea.
I didn't say he retweeted Ben Shapiro. I said he's aligned with Ben Shapiro.
A provable lie, but the code in question was formally included as evidence against them in the ongoing federal class action lawsuit.
It's just irritated or whoever. But it's reporting. Think about his reporting. That's what I meant. But the chatter said, wait, did you say? No, this person said retweeting Ryan Grimm. Or Ryan Grimm retweeting, what's it called? There's a DC discussion that's already a little bit.
A lawsuit they desperately tried to have thrown out twice. But unfortunately for PayPal, the federal judge handling the case recently denied their motion to dismiss. Whether PayPal likes it or not, this lawsuit is moving forward. So in this video, I'll be walking you through everything that's been happening behind the scenes. The lawsuits, network terminations, CEOs attacking my credibility while profiting from Honey, hit pieces from industry publications who also have ties with PayPal. Turns out I've pissed off an entire industry. So let's get into it. One of the most interesting things to witness after releasing part 1 of my Honey series was the reaction from the affiliate industry, particularly those who stood to gain the most from Honey's business model. For example, Adam Ross, the CEO of Awin, one of Honey's largest affiliate network partners, wrote a LinkedIn post basically insinuating that my video was sensationalist clickbait. Then there were guys like Brooke Schaff, the founder of a company that supplies monetizable coupon codes to Honey. He published an entire blog post calling my video a hit job, declaring that Honey did nothing wrong and that I was, quote, 100% wrong. And there were even publications that took aim at my work with headlines like, "What Mega Lag Got Wrong?" who I later found out also had ties to Honey. Point is, the ones complaining the loudest all turned out to have skin in the game. But then I revealed the one thing they couldn't spin. Honey wasn't just stealing commissions, they had intentionally built an entire system around hiding that behavior from the industry. The system was designed to profile who you were as a user. If you look like a regular shopper, Honey ignored stand-down rules and allowed influencer commissions to be diverted into their own pockets. But if you look like someone from within the industry, Honey suddenly played by the rules to avoid getting caught. They effectively engineered a defeat device, and with this revelation, the industry had no choice but to respond appropriately, including the ones who profit from Honey's business model. And the first to act was Rakuten, an affiliate network that connected Honey with over 2,000 online stores. Just weeks after exposing PayPal's defeat device, Rakuten terminated their relationship with Honey entirely and sent the following notice to their clients. "We're writing to let you know that publisher Honey has been terminated from the Rakuten advertising network. Therefore, this publisher has been removed from your affiliate program, effective immediately." Boom. Just like that, Honey lost access to over 2,000 online stores, many of
Sorry. Hold on. Watching enormous read on the results in Wisconsin, the dumb take is that the DSA has reached a ceiling and the establishment is fighting back. That's totally wrong. The normie Dems are simply negotiating the terms of their surrender. Those terms are obvious. The Democratic Party will ingest and mirror the perspectives, the precepts of the DSA. They won't go whole hog against the DSA candidates who don't totally say the quiet part out loud. This is why Slotkin didn't endorse Stevens against El Said in Michigan, or Schumer and Jeffries didn't endorse Cuomo against Mamdani in New York City. In return, DSA's most important figures will refrain from endorsing the very worst candidates. This is why Bernie and AOC didn't endorse Hong. If they had, she would have won. The goal of the pact is obvious. Candidates who are in the DSA are all candidates who are DSA in all but name who receive unified Democratic support after the primaries and who still have a shot at winning general election. So don't be fooled. The DSA is driving the car, choosing the direction, and normie Dems are just negotiating over the speed. That's the Ben Shapiro take that Ryan Graham retweeted, which is like, even if you agree with it, I don't know why you need why you would need to retweet it personally. Like, you don't have to ever hand it to Ben Shapiro. I don't get it. What's that? We're gonna retweet Nick Fuentes or something? Why would you retweet that? Yeah, I don't know. But also, like, do you agree with it? Like, that's not like this. Even if that's true, it's not a good thing. That, like, basically that, like, the Democratic Party, even in Ben Shapiro's tweet, the Democratic Party still controls which DSA candidates wins and doesn't win, right? And the DSA candidates have to moderate their position in order to get Democratic Party support, and that's stupid and dumb, and that's bad, and you shouldn't do that. I don't know why he's retweeting that. Okay, tell us how we shouldn't press area grounds your people won't find a different target for their frustrations going unanswered. Listen, I stand 10 toes down on my take on Ryan Graham.
Which were very big brand names. That is a huge hit for PayPal, but it also sucks for Rakuten because keep in mind, affiliate networks like Rakuten are the organizations who run this industry. They set the rules, they enforce compliance, and they control the flow of sales. So when something as damning as this is brought to light, it's terrible PR for them. The fact that a YouTuber with zero experience in security research uncovered blatant fraud they had missed for years, it looks bad. That said, while networks like Rakuten need to be seen enforcing the rules, they also earn a significant amount of money from publishers like Honey. You've probably heard the saying, money doesn't grow on trees, right? Well, in the affiliate industry, it kinda does, and for networks like Rakuten, Honey is one of the larger trees in the orchard. But wait, doesn't Rakuten have its own
Also, I'm pretty sure that idiom was originally made to be ironic. Am I crazy? Because money does grow on trees, objectively speaking. It's paper. Right? It's made out of trees. Right? It's cotton. Goes on bushes. Oh. Never mind. I go on my face. This was a cotton, Canadian blizzard plastic. There's no paper in it? I thought it had traces of linen. I know it's fully made out of cotton.
coupon cashback extension? Yes, Rakuten Rewards is technically a competing extension. Ironically, one they too are being
So it
sued.
just had cotton lace into the paper to serve fake money detection. That's what I said. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was made out of cotton. I thought it's still paper.
Over, but that's a completely separate side of their business. As a network, Rakuten still earns money every time Honey claimed commission for a sale. So trust me, they did not want to
That was a
lose
woven
that
cotton?
partnership. Yet they cut them.
I had to look it up. She made a
Anyways,
vibranium.
so initially I thought, damn, well done Rakuten, the first network to take action against PayPal, even when it was detrimental to their business. But that all changed after some internal emails between PayPal and Rakuten were brought to light through discovery in the ongoing class action lawsuit. According to court filings, internal emails between Rakuten and PayPal show Honey has repeatedly violated Rakuten's stand-down policies
Sorry,
from as
Nixie,
early
I hear
as
it from
July
headphones.
2020 and continuing even after the filing of the complaints in this action through at least May 2025. Yikes! Not only does that look bad for PayPal, but it also looks terrible for Rakuten. They knew Honey was violating their stand-down policies for years, and the entire time, they kept Honey on the network anyways. Now, some of those emails made it onto the public record, and after reading through them, the dynamic is honestly insane. In this one email chain, Rakuten flags a stand-down violation to PayPal, and while PayPal initially responds, they then start ignoring Rakuten's emails, forcing them to repeatedly chase PayPal for an answer. This goes on for weeks, and when PayPal finally addresses the violation, they tell Rakuten that their stand-down policies are, quote, overreach. The fact that PayPal feels confident telling a network that their rules suck really speaks to who actually runs this industry. After seeing those emails, Rakuten's termination of Honey looks a whole lot less like them taking a principled stand, and a whole lot more like them pretending to act tough on compliance, knowing those emails would hit the public record. I did reach out to Rakuten for comment, but didn't hear back from them. But regardless of Rakuten's motives, this termination was still a disaster for PayPal. It got the entire affiliate
I don't
world
know
talking.
if I missed it. What is Rakuten? What do they do? I'm too lazy to rewind it. They make Kobo, middleman. Middlemaning what though? I think it's European eBay. Oh, see, that's thank you. Ow. I just hit myself with this selfie stick. It did hurt. Middlemaning the middleman. Hello, Nixie. Hello. You want to come up? You're pretty big, but I can try. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Hello. Want to say hello to the chat? Hey, ready? Upsy daisy. Ready? Upsy daisy. There we go. There we go. Good job, Dougie. Anything you want to say? Come on. Want to say anything? No? Okay, stop. Okay. Hello. Look at how big she is now, chat. She's very big. High five. Whoa. Okay, she's bouncing on my leg. Okay. Sit. You have to sit down, Dougie. Good girl. High five. Come on. Keep paw. Yeah, good doggy. Good job. Good girl. You ready to go to DC? You ready to go to DC? You ready? You ready? I know. Thoughts on current events, Nixie. Okay. Wanna get down? Oh, careful. Oh, there she goes. Yeah. She's heavy. Any thoughts on Thanksgiving? Oh no, Nixie. Don't do it. They're gonna call you woke one. They're gonna call you too woke.
And just a few days later, PayPal quietly deactivated their defeat device and broke their silence. They apologized to the industry, if you can even call it that, via an exclusive statement to Hello Partner, the same publication that wrote the What Mega Lag Got Wrong article. Lol. On Monday morning, Rakuten Advertising shared an email with partners notifying them that PayPal's Honey browser extension had been terminated from the network and removed from existing affiliate programs. The dispute follows accusations from industry commentators. Okay, that's hilarious. They won't even cite me by name anymore. When I'm wrong, I'm Megalak. When I'm right, I'm just a industry commentator. Classic. The dispute follows accusations from industry commentators and professionals that PayPal Honey uses a defeat device to detect user type and selectively bypass stand-down policy. Rakuten Advertising declined to comment on the move. I wonder why. PayPal has now shared an exclusive response with Hello Partner. PayPal and Rakuten are long-standing partners. We are aware of the actions taken regarding PayPal and are working with them on a resolution. The code causing this behavior has been identified and no longer has an impact. The code was implemented prior to PayPal's acquisition and appears to affect less than 0.1% of Honey's traffic. Now, PayPal claiming the defeat device only affects 0.1% of Honey's traffic is, in my opinion, incredibly misleading without additional context. As I highlighted in my last video, Honey stored the code for this defeat device in the cloud, meaning they could alter how strict the system was at any time without ever updating their extension on Chrome. A single rule alteration could change how many people Honey targeted, and that's exactly what happened. In 2023, Honey's defeat device would ignore stand-on rules for virtually everyone, unless they found cookies on your computer, signaling that you had visited an affiliate network's website. Clearly a tiny percentage of their users. But sometime between then and the release of my first video, PayPal quietly altered the rules, requiring users have at least 65,000 cashback points before they would break the rules. They went from targeting a very large portion of their users to a much narrower set with one quiet update. So when PayPal says 0.1%,
yeah. Dang, do you feel old? I feel old.
and was that under their latest rules or the old ones? I did ask PayPal for clarification, but unfortunately, they're not interested in answering my questions anymore. Instead, they offered me a corporate slop statement, which I'll include at the end of this video. Now, this next statement is really interesting. The spokesperson said that the code was only recently discovered by PayPal, and upon being made aware of it, the company has deactivated. That is patently false. Yes, the defeat device was developed in 2017 under the original founder's leadership. Then PayPal inherited it when they acquired Honey in 2020. However, at the time, the defeat device was encrypted, scrambled, so that even if someone found it, they couldn't read it. Then, in 2021, under PayPal's ownership, the entire system was rebuilt. The rules were restructured into a completely new format and stored in plain text on PayPal servers. That's not a minor tweak, that's a fundamental redesign. PayPal's
What's so wrong about the marketplace was the Japanese part of the business. Maybe they're old business now. They just do cashback and marketing stuff. Probably just a data aggregator for advertisers. Ah, I see. Oh, she's back. Hey, Nixie. Hey, Nixie. Wanna come back up? Come on. Okay, how about this? Come here. There you go. They make a great e-reader, unlike Amazon.
Developers had to build that from the ground up. You can't rebuild a system, continue adjusting its rules year after year, then claim you had no idea it existed. PayPal claiming ignorance here is fucking wild. The way I see it,
Hey,
it's
that
just a
applies
straight
to
up
policing a little bit.
lie. And let's not forget, I alerted PayPal to the defeat device in my request to comment sent to them on December 18th. But rather than immediately deactivating it, PayPal labeled my accusations as not accurate and ignoring basic facts, then had their lawyers threaten to sue me. They only deactivated the code on January 13th, almost a full month later. The article ends with a statement from a PayPal executive stating, "We regret the impact this situation has had on our partners and look forward to working together for the betterment of the entire industry." Now, you may have noticed this article isn't exactly dripping with criticism against PayPal, and there's a very good reason for that. You see, when I first saw the What Mega Lag Got Wrong article, I initially brushed it off as a publication trying to be contrarian for clicks. But then they published another article, this time platforming a post from Honey co-founder Ryan Hudson, who attempted to write off my entire investigation as a conspiratorial hit piece. Both articles were written by the same journalist.
To be fair, that thumbnail kind of makes it read like that a little bit.
Sol Wilkinson, and for neither article did
It's
Sol
like he didn't have Legos. True. Nixie, what are you doing? Nixie. Nixie. What are you doing? Whatever happened to Lego stuff? What's going on with that?
Offer me the right to respond. Yet he had no problem doing that for PayPal.
He's going to trial? Oh, right. That is happening. You're right.
So I'm thinking to myself, man, these guys at Hello Partner sure have a raging boner for Honey. This led to me digging into their company, and surprise, surprise, Honey was a premier sponsor of their flagship conference. Probably should have disclosed their conflict of interest to their paying subscribers. But here's where it gets even more hilarious. Sol, the journalist, actually emailed this article to me explaining that Hello Partner is, quote, Switzerland when it comes to industry disputes, which is why they didn't offer any opinions on...
I actually got the funniest sponsorship invitation. I'll tell you about it later.
PayPal getting booted from Rakuten. That's right, the guy who had no problem criticizing my work is now claiming he's Switzerland. You can't make this shit up. And get this, I offered Sol an exclusive statement to include in his article addressing the claims made by PayPal, something most journalists would jump at. But of course, it was never...
Journalists sponsored by Lanterns. Shout out Lanterns.
Included.
Shout out Hal Jordan. Shout out HBO.
All things considered, pretty shocking behavior from a publication that lists inclusive and unbiased as one of its core values. Now, as annoying as this behavior is, bias in the media is by no means a new concept, and it makes navigating the news incredibly frustrating, which is why I've partnered with
Scar News.
And for each, if that's more convenient. Moving on. Shortly following Rakuten's termination, the situation for PayPal only got worse. The CEO of Impact, another major affiliate network, announced they too were taking action against Honey. Following a thorough investigation, Impact has determined that Honey is out of compliance with our platform policies and has been removed from the Impact Discovery marketplace. We've also temporarily suspended their account while we confirm they have made the necessary changes to comply with our terms and conditions. Now, this sounds a lot worse than it really is. They basically just pulled Honey from their marketplace, meaning new merchants can't discover or partner with Honey. Online stores already partnered with Honey through Impact will remain unaffected. Still sucks for PayPal, obviously, this limits their ability to grow, but that's about it. The next network to take action was Awin, and this one mattered the most because Awin is by far PayPal's biggest affiliate network partner, giving Honey access to over 16,000 merchants. The response came straight from their CEO, Adam Ross, the same guy who initially
Outside?
brushed off my entire investigation as clickbait. Awin Group is providing an update on its ongoing investigation into Honey's browser extension practices following recent public scrutiny within the affiliate marketing industry. As soon as Awin Group became aware of the allegations raised publicly, we opened a formal internal investigation into the activity in question. The investigation has since confirmed breaches of our publisher policies. Honey has confirmed they regret the impact the situation has had and agreed they will work with us to remediate that impact. In line with our standard enforcement processes, Awin Group immediately took protective actions. These included suspending payments and access to new advertiser programs. So Awin cut Honey off from new partnerships the same way Impact did, but on top of that, they also suspended Honey's payments and put them on a remediation plan. This plan involves PayPal funding certain initiatives like giving networks access to their source code and implementing policies for online stores to manage and remove unauthorized coupon codes. Now, I will give credit where it's due. These three networks at least did something, which is more than we can say for these other networks who stayed silent and, as far as I can tell, did absolutely nothing. The consequences of these actions are significant. This is terrible PR for PayPal, it's costing them real money, and it will almost certainly be used against them in the ongoing litigation. However, the fact that every single one of these networks has allowed Honey to continue operating on their platform is genuinely fucking insane. Even Rakuten, the one network that terminated Honey, has since quietly allowed them back onto their platform. And frankly, I'm not surprised. Look, these punitive measures obviously suck for PayPal, but when you consider the seriousness of what they did, it's nothing more than a slap on the wrist. And that sets a terrible precedent for the entire industry, because every bad actor just watched a Fortune 500 company break the rules, build a system to cover it up, got caught, yet was ultimately allowed to continue doing business. Good luck enforcing the rules after that. Now, regardless of how these networks have handled this, the fallout from the scandal has still hit Honey hard, and that's mostly thanks to you guys. So I was curious to see if there were any measurable insights into how much damage.
Oh, did it F? I had to let my doggy out. For a little, we're back. Oh. Okay, let's continue.
Has been done. Well, thanks to data compiled by my buddy Yelta, we can actually put some numbers to it. And it's brutal. On top of losing 7 million users, Honey has also lost over 7,000 merchant partners, even after being allowed back onto Rakuten's network. We can see that in December 2024, Honey was partnered with roughly 35,000 online stores, and that number has since fallen to just over 28,000. That's a significant loss of business. And
L as in lanterns, which the sponsorship is still going. L as in lanterns.
Mind, some merchant partners are more valuable to PayPal than others. For example, one of those lost partnerships was Apple, who was Honey's largest partner in terms of monetizable traffic. Here's a crazy statistic. Apple alone generated more shopping traffic than Honey's bottom 27,000 partnered stores combined. And Apple wasn't the only big brand to jump ship. There's a ton of them. So yeah, that's gotta sting. Honey's database of coupons has taken a huge hit too. As of December last year, Honey had 90,000 coupons, but is now down to about 50,000. And there's a very good reason.
Gotta be careful. He's quantifying his direct impact on PayPal's business as they seek damages. What do we think? So Larry the Black. Well, according to my very extensive law knowledge, I think so long as he is well within his free or fair use rights, he is able to give commentary about this situation. And currently, PayPal is not seeking to start litigation, but at the opposite end of that dynamic, with class action lawsuits being filed against them, so they have their hands full, and so yeah, I think he's in the clear. Indeed. He's straight played through the street. True.
Reason for that loss of 40,000 coupons. One of the issues I highlighted in the series was Honey quietly harvesting coupon codes from users at checkout without their knowledge or consent. As a result, private employee discounts, friends and family codes, and even military veteran discounts were ending up on Honey for anyone to use. Well, the vast majority of codes recently removed were user source coupons, going from 29,000 down to just 3,000. So it appears as though the networks have...
This is the part of the story that I actually did not care that much about. Like, yeah, it's bad for like some small businesses to have their like employee discount code leaked, but like by and large, if I get a little bit of a sale for using an employee discount code, W me, W me.
Finally cracked down on this, which is a huge win for the small businesses who were affected by this behavior. But it's not all good news. Of the 50,000 coupons Honey still has, at least 10,000 are still known to be expired. And PayPal is still applying those codes at checkout, fully aware that they're expired. I've confirmed this through multiple tests, as well as reviewing Honey's source code. Now keep in mind, Honey was previously claiming commissions on sales, even when they couldn't find you a working coupon. And around the time I exposed this issue, PayPal had around 14,000 stores with no valid coupons and zero cashback to offer. So this wasn't some random edge case scenario as some people have speculated. No, PayPal was earning legit money while wasting your time with expired codes. Google did try to put an end to this behavior in 2025 by updating their Chrome store policies. This enforcement barred extensions like Honey from claiming commissions unless they actually provided users with some form of benefit. Sweet, problem solved, right? Well, not quite. Honey found a simple but clever workaround. They just quietly activated cashback across virtually all of their partnered stores. That might sound like a win for consumers, and technically it is, but for the majority of those stores, Honey is only offering 0.1 to 1% cashback. And based on my own testing, Honey has only ever given me the minimum of the advertised range. And based on the latest captured data, Honey offers this dog shit rate for almost 70% of their cashback active merchants. Point is, Honey still benefits from enticing you with an expired coupon because when it inevitably fails, they default to cashback, allowing them to cash in on the sale while giving you pennies on the dollar. But hey.
Wow. I can't believe PayPal would do this to me. I never got Honey codes to work working for me. Me neither, which is why I deleted it after like having it for like a day. So I would download it, be like, I want this to buy this thing. No code would work, and I'd be like, all right, cool. And I just delete it. I used it like maybe 3 times. No code any of the times.
On the bright side, at least PayPal aren't poaching affiliate commissions nearly as often as they once were. Speaking of which, let's discuss the ongoing class action lawsuits because there have been some really significant developments there. As most of you already know, PayPal's behavior caught the attention of a ton of different law firms. One of the first to file was YouTuber and attorney Legal, who filed a class action against PayPal Honey on behalf of content creators. After he filed, around 20 other law firms filed similar complaints across different states. Now, when you've got that many law firms suing over the same thing, the courts don't want to handle them all separately. That's a huge waste of valuable court resources. So the cases get consolidated into one big class action, and the assigned judge selects a small group of law firms to lead the case. But that's just the creator lawsuit. Most people don't realize that on top of that, there are 2 additional class actions against PayPal over Honey. One brought on behalf of consumers in the United States, and another on behalf of consumers in the United Kingdom. Both are suing PayPal for allegedly misleading consumers with false marketing claims. I'm not going into detail on those particular lawsuits today, but here's where they currently stand. The case brought on behalf of consumers in the UK was recently dismissed. However, that decision is now being appealed in the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals. As for the US consumer case, that's still ongoing. But let's talk about the creator lawsuit, which is being overseen by federal judge Beth Freeman in the Northern District of California. 3 competing law firms were selected to represent the plaintiffs, the content creators. Interestingly, Legal's firm wasn't one of the firms chosen. I guess being first to file doesn't automatically win you a seat at the table. But hey, shout out to Legal for taking the lead and bringing more attention to the story. Anyways, once a case is consolidated, the defendant, PayPal, gets to assess the claims made against them.
Yeah, that crazy. Is that whoosh kind of loud for people, bro? Scared the mess out of me when it happened the first time.
And almost always, they file what's known as a motion to dismiss, which is them basically asking the judge to throw the case out entirely before it even moves forward to trial. Now, in November 2025, there was a hearing on that motion to dismiss, which I listened into live.
They run for me every single time. Bro, are you paid for Honey? Are you paid by Honey? Do you have Mr. Honey here? John Honey here? Or Jane Honey here? Or Jim Honey here? Or Joe Honey here?
During those oral arguments, it was pretty clear that Judge Freeman wasn't entirely convinced that the content creators had demonstrated that PayPal actually violated any contract. So things weren't exactly off to a good start. But the judge laid out for the lawyers where she felt the complaint fell short. She also allowed discovery to begin, meaning both sides now had to start handing over documents and evidence. And a few weeks later, she issued her formal decision, effectively dismissing all claims but with leave to amend. This means that while PayPal got a temporary win on paper, the lawyers representing the content creators were allowed to go back, fix the issues the judge highlighted, and file an amended complaint. Regardless, it didn't take long for the usual suspects to take a premature victory lap. PayPal's lawyers.
I think the sponsorship is done. The hour is up. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. I have a flight tomorrow. Yeah, you'll see me, if not tomorrow, then on the 14th, whenever that is. I will not speak on Raid Shadow Legends. I think I played that game for like 10 seconds one time. That's about it. Oh, I saw a clip. I was like, streamer says the N-word to a black streamer at a bar in Japan until I heard Ice Poseidon's voice. And then I saw his face. And I was like, oh, it's Ice Poseidon. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, don't see reviews again. No, it's not Chibi reviews again. Anyway, if that's it, and that's all. Oh yeah, YouTube chat still